Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Ryan Moore. This is the Game or Die channel, and tonight we're playing a little bit more pinball. That's right. Last night was so much fun. We went for over 4 hours just playing pinball. And the reason why is because we have a dog show this week, and my wife runs a dog club, and we're putting on a dog show this weekend. Starting tomorrow, we got to get everything ready at the show site, and then all weekend long, Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be putting that thing on, a huge event running for over 10 plus hours a day. So I'm not going to be able to stream for the next couple days, or at least this weekend. So I wanted to get in just some relaxing hangout time sessions, and pinball is a great way to do that. We had a lot of super fun conversations last night. We actually had a few new followers too. So, hey, if you are enjoying the content or anything and you follow, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But we're going to play a little bit more pinball here. And I have picked, to start off the evening, a little bit of Al's Garage Band. Goes on a world tour. Like, that's the whole name here of this. So it says, Al's Garage Band goes on a world tour is a rockin' table with rad action features designed by Michael Gitlib and Jerry Armstrong for Alvin G & Co., which was founded in 1991 by Alvin and closed in 1996 after producing 8 games. Al's Garage Band is a great example of an innovative table the company the company produced. The tables feature a world-first spinning ramp, the CD ramp, and bump buttons, which were flipper buttons attached to a small coil to provide player feedback. Other features include a guitar mini playfield, feedback kicker, and music video mode, and only 1,000 units of this table were produced. This is one of the things that I actually really like about pinball, is that they're rare. They're like, this table, there was only 1,000 in the world produced, and we can play it. That's so awesome. All right, enough jib jab. Let's start this sucker. All right, so what do we want? Jam jackpot? 3 million. I'll take 3 million. Stitchy! So yeah, I just wanted a nice, another relaxing night. I could play pinball all night. I don't know how long I'm gonna go tonight. I don't think, oh crap. I don't think we'll be going as long as last night. Last night was kind of a thing. I also have work too, so it would be very unwise for me to get the last possible night of sleep that I can get and just wreck it. So we might just go for an hour or two. I have no idea. It's also why I'm starting an hour earlier. It's 10. My wife's already asleep. She's got to get up stupidly early, like 5 a.m. I'm having some bad luck on this. Yeah, Dr. Skins. Slap me some skin, soul brother. Oh, I already earned an extra ball.
London.
But yeah, she's got to get up super early to get to the airport. I got to work. I feel like I've already need a weekend before the weekend is even started.
Tour again?
Yes, let's tour again. Now, one thing about this table that I have really noticed is, not only that it's hard, but it's got this weird like hiss in the background. I believe that's the spinning motor. Oh, come on. But that's fine. Hey, we can enter our initials though. We got 32 million. That's pretty good, right? I mean, you just got to be very careful with these inputs. We did this last night where I accidentally inputted my name or initials wrong. And then you have to get a higher score to, you know, put it in. So if you get like #1 high score grand champion, you better make sure your name is spelled right.
Introducing Al's Garage Band.
When they say Al's Garage Band, it always reminds me of Weird Al. I like how they yell Freebird.
Record a song.
All right. It's got some good music in this too. That's what I like about a lot of these old tables. They got some really good, solid, just background music. Nothing too memorable. Nothing that stands out unless you're looking for it. But it complements. Man, I'm getting all these like right off the bat. This is awesome. But the music doesn't stand out. It just complements the table. And I think that's probably the best type of music you can get, is where you don't realize you're kind of, you know, headbanging into it a little bit. You're kind of nodding to the music and you're grooving with it. Oh man, I did not pay attention to that one. Let's back this up a little bit. There we go. I feel like I'm way too much up on the mic lately. Extra ball, I'll take it. I will take that extra ball, sir. And I need it.
Tour again?
Oh boy. So like my wife went to bed like 45 minutes ago or something, like half an hour ago. And she was like, "Oh, are you gonna go to bed too?" I'm like, no. I really regret saying that. I totally should have. And it's a bummer too, because like, I know I joke around a lot when I say like I'll sleep when I'm dead and blah blah blah, but I do know that it's not good for me to stay up so. Oh crap, I gotta do my drum solo. Hold on. All right, I'll take 5 million. I know it's not healthy to stay up and get like 5 hours of sleep a night. But my body just naturally gets that amount of sleep. It's 5 to 6 hours max. It's very rare that my body will actually get like a solid 7 or 8 hours of sleep. So like when I stay up until 5 a.m. like last night, and then I wake up at 9 or 10. I think I woke up at 10. Hold on. If I mess this up, I'm going to be very mad at myself. I understand why they do this, but I hate time limits on initial entering. All right. Rock, lick, and work 'em and roll. All right.
Introducing Al's Garage Band.
I don't remember what I was saying. Oh well. That's fine. We're just having some fun, playing some pinball. This is a good table, though. I really like this table. It's got a lot of good artwork, too. Good artwork, good sound effects, good vocal performances, too. If you want to call them vocal performances, just voices, right?
Moscow.
Except for Moscow.
Super Skin.
Come on. I don't know what thing they're talking about there. Hit the bopper. It's a pretty good table, though, overall. I remember when I first played this table last year, I was like, I don't know about this. But I had a good time, and I like the voices.
Don't quit your day job, kiddo.
And I don't know, like, especially for this era, right? This era of 90s pinball table. Would you ever want the higher quality recordings? I know, yes, you would, right? But when you would have a crisp, clean voice coming out of these crappy speakers, I think it would kind of sound a little too clean. I think that's definitely something that a lot of people forget about when they produce audio. And this is something I have a hard time with. Just audio in general. I've always hated audio because it's a lot more complicated than people think it is. But when you have crisp, clean, digital, sterile audio, you lose something in that. And that's why a lot of people will like favor vinyl over, you know, CD quality or, you know, digital audio at this point. And I get it. Let me hit my drum solo here. Multi-ball ready? CD ramp? You got it? Ooh, that was close.
Metal monster, lightning boom.
Ah, so close. Give me that multi-ball. Man, shoot, I can't get it. I feel like I'm gonna lose it.
Delmore,
Ah,
Stitchy,
bummer. Bummer.
tour again.
Yes, okay. That was my extra ball. It went straight down the gutter. At least I like when the table recognizes, oh, you kind of got screwed. Except for that. That was my fault. We're doing better, though. We're getting higher scores every single time, so that's good. Let's do like 1 or 2 more runs on this table. 95 million. Ooh, that's gonna be tough.
Introducing Al's Garage Band. Dr.
Stitchy.
Stitchy, Metal Monster, Super Skins.
Yeah. Hit pop bumper. What's pop bumper? Crap.
Twisted.
Oh, I'm so excited for this weekend to be over. You know, what was that? It went in and then just popped right out.
Lots of gig, man.
Man, my wife was like, do you want me to cut your hair today? And I said, man, I probably should, but like both of us are already so tired. I don't know what's going on. I do think it's definitely the lack of sleep for sure. But this week has just been draining me way, way, way more than usual. Like, work wasn't even that tough, but like it just drained me in a way that it very rarely ever does. I think mentally a little stressed with all this stuff that's going on. This has been a bad run. It was so bad we didn't even get a high score. So let's okay, we're done. We're done with that table. Why does it do that now? That's super weird. Okay, let's see here. Let's play something we haven't played, where we didn't play last night. Mars Attacks is pretty cool. So is Bonsai Run. Let's do Mars Attacks. Interesting little table.
This just in, reports are coming in from all over the world. The Earth is under attack. An attack from
And they actually say in that little blurb in the beginning that it was more of a coincidence that this table and the Tim Burton movie Mars Attacks came out at the same time with the same name. It was all coincidence. Which I believe, I do. But that's a pretty strange coincidence. Mars Attacks is much more campy, though. What is going on, man? These last few runs are just like garbage. I'm very excited because I got my VR headset, the Bobo VR headpiece. So it's got like a battery backup so I can do untethered VR for much longer, which will be nice. It also has a built-in fan, like air conditioning, which is super weird. But I'm excited to play around with it and try it out. It's got a different style of headset. I guess it's called a Halo headset. And it sits on my head a lot different, and it's way weirder. It's definitely something I'm gonna have to get used to.
We must build an atomic blaster.
Give me those super jets.
cities will be destroyed.
Start attack wave, all right. So we have to hit the middle mothership, I believe, a certain amount of times. There we go. Oh, that was so close.
It will never work.
Yeah. Those things are kind of like angled properly. I love it. So are those jump jets actually? Jeez. Ah, almost. Crap. Ah. This sucks. Hey, we did okay on that first. That was a one ball. That was solid. Solid for one ball. Womp womp. Man, I remember when Mars Attacks was coming out, I was super into Tim Burton, and I wanted to see it so bad, and my mom wouldn't let me. And then, like, maybe, like, when it came out on VHS or something, I was able to see it, and I hated it. Which I think a lot of people hate that movie. And nowadays, if you would say, oh yeah, do you like Mars Attacks? I would say, yeah, it's okay. I don't think it's a good movie though. I know it was misunderstood because it's much campier, right?
Germany is victorious!
Hey, we saved Germany. All right.
No, not our hot dogs!
But man, as a kid, I wanted to like Mars Attacks so much, but it was so creepy and so hard to kind of understand, especially as a kid, that, oh, this is satire. This is camp. Like, I just didn't have I understood the concept of that.
You cannot defeat our force field.
There we go.
The Martians are destroying the Eiffel Tower! Go away from
Ugh.
the Martians
Arg.
from another planet!
Oh, really? Oh, well, hey. We got a high score of 5. I like this input probably the best to pick. I don't like the just blank and you just have to hit the trigger. I like being able to choose from a lineup of letters. Let's do it again. That was fun. You know, I think we're gonna have to play some Arabian Magic after this, though. Love Arabian Magic. Arabian Tales, whatever it's called. Tales of Arabia, I think, perhaps. Come on now.
We are invincible.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I would really like to play some VR right now, but I'm too tired, man. I feel like this week I've gotten about 4 hours of sleep altogether. That's what it feels like. Come on. So this is something that really affects me, is something like that, like an event in this game, and there's a timer. I hate timers. I hate countdowns in video games. It always stresses me out. And not like where I can't function or anything, but my mind is so on the running out of time possibility that I lose like all sense of what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm just focused so much on the timer that I stop being able to do the things that I need to do properly. It's weird. Yeah, dude, this is a great table. Oh, nice. You downloaded a color one, so you can actually change the displays for it to be color. What engine are you playing in? Because I'm playing in the Pinball Arcade engine, like the whole like table play stuff, whatever you want to call it. All right, I love multi-ball. It's like my favorite thing. I loved multi-ball as a kid. I would always yell it. VPX, okay. Yeah, probably not. Like, it's kind of more closed source. I wouldn't be surprised if you could, but I highly doubt it. I need to set up VPX stuff. Like, that's Visual Pinball X, right? It's been a while since I messed around with some of that stuff. There's Future Pinball, Visual Pinball. Yeah, okay. I've messed around a little bit with that stuff, but I just haven't had the time. How are you doing tonight, man? Hopefully your night is going well. Or day, wherever you are in the world. I have no idea, but hope things are going well. I was saying a little bit ago that it's really interesting that this table is called Mars Attacks, and man, that was really fast. And then the Mars Attacks movie also came out around the same time, and it's just like, oh, it was just a coincidence. It's like, wow, it's a pretty big coincidence. I've always liked this table. I'm just not great at it. And it's a bummer too, because I had all my high scores wiped when I transferred all this stuff over to a different computer. And so I've got to just redo all my high scores. I'm like, ah, man, I had some really good ones. I could go grab the file at some point, but eh.
We must build an
That's part of the fun about these games is you get to, you know, redo your scores. Oh, come on. Is Mars Attacks your favorite or favorite table, or do you have a different favorite table? 'Cause I go back and forth on what my favorite table is.
Viva la France!
Medieval Madness is probably one of my favorites. I also really like the Indiana Jones trilogy table. We were playing that last night for like a solid 2+ hours.
can defeat us.
That's a great table. CFTBL. Oh, I don't know what that acronym is. CFTBL. I'm trying to think. I don't know what table that you're talking about.
Put me down!
I'm sorry. I don't want to make you have to type the whole thing if you're abbreviating it, because it sounds like it's a long one, but I can't think of which one that is. Capture the back lane. Creature from the Black Lagoon. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when I was saying that, I was like, that sounds like the Black Lagoon creature. I couldn't think of creature, right? I like Monster Bash, or Monsters of Rock, or whatever it's actually called. The one where you're all the Universal monsters in a band together. That's another one we were playing last night. That one's great too. I really like that one. It's fun.
The Earth is under attack. An attack from Mars.
I always like when Dracula goes, "Look," because it's so generic, but like you know exactly what that is as soon as he says it, right? You know, oh, that's Dracula. That's the thing he says. Blah.
Get the troops
All right. I was telling this last night. My father-in-law actually has the real-life Dirty Harry pinball table, and we were trying to fix it, or I was trying to fix it. It's broken, and so I got everything working except for the display. So everything works. It's able to be played fully, but the display doesn't work. And so we got to get a new one. It's like $300-400 last time I checked, and he just doesn't want to spend the money on it. I'm like so bummed because I want to play more of it. I want to play it with the display. It's a great, great table. All right, multi-ball and jackpot. I'll take it. Lost one ball. Yes. Keep them alive. Keep them alive. Ah, lost one. Wow. They all went into the spaceship area. That was great. Oh, that didn't get caught. Oh well. I'll deal with it in a minute. Crap, crap. Jeez, dude. This is great. Man, I tell you, if you can... I had to open up my big, fat, stupid mouth. I was gonna say, if you can keep multi-ball going, man, you can just get your score up there, like, really fast. You know what? Let's deal with that really quick. There we go. 1 point... Is that billion? 1 billion? Did I just get 1 billion? Holy crap.
Get your hands off me! All 4 of them!
Well, I'm really glad that I didn't back out of this table and stop playing, because that was a great run. You know what happens to me a lot when I have a good run like that on a ball? The third ball pretty much instantly goes in the gutter like that.
No time for tea. Blast those Martians.
I'm sure I got an extra ball though, right? Extra ball at 4 billion. Okay, 1 billion or 2 billion ain't that impressive apparently. I thought I was doing real good. Apparently not. Pinball scores are weird, man.
Save me.
They can be either really good or really bad. All right, video mode. Love it. Aim flippers to aim auto fire. All right. Oh, it's missile command. Got it. I can do this. Ah, og.
You're my hero.
Did I tell you those gutter lanes, man? They're the worst. Hey, I'll take a 2 billion. High score number 4. 2 billion. Nothing. $2.2 billion. Last place. Look at that. All right, well, that was fun. What else? So, Creature from the Black Lagoon. Do I actually have that table? Is that one of these tables that I have? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no, that's Creature from the Black Lagoon. All right, sweet. Here you go. Let's take a look at that one. I'm trying to remember this table. It was designed by the legendary John Trudeau. Dr. Flash, as he known, was involved by the design of over 50 games. The player has to save their date from the creature and is rewarded by seeing the world's first ever pinball hologram. This classic table also features a story and dialogue from the movie, and 7,841 tables were produced. Good to know. All right.
And now, on with the show.
I remember this table now. I love those lanes. Those are some good lanes. So is it like a behind the scenes, or is it just kind of using like movie terminology and stuff too? Ah. Oh, no, right. Okay, yeah. They start off at a drive-in. Got it.
Stay cool, Daddy-O.
I will, thank you. Daddy-O. Gotta love beatnik slang, right? Or just driving around in circles. I got weirdly into 50s beat or 60s beatnik culture when I was a kid, because I would call my dad Daddy-O all the time.
Aw, come on.
Well, maybe.
It's like 50s, 60s culture, right? All right. Ooh, I just saw it, just barely caught the creature down there at the bottom. I like that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Let me out!
Some rock around the clock tonight MIDI music. All right. Solid table so far.
Thank you. Enjoy the film.
tried getting it. The view, the camera angle on this table really doesn't do well with the hologram. I keep missing it. Like just barely catching like a glimpse of something going on down there, and it's gone as soon as I look. Cook County, 1959. All right. Dude, this music's great. That's some solid music.
And now, on with
I
the
like
show.
this table. This is a pretty cool table. I think I might have only played this like once or twice before. I don't think I ever really gave it a fair shot, and I really like it. Oh, come on. There he is. Again, just kind of taking my focus off of the hologram, which is super cool. I love how they replicate that too. Like, how do you replicate a like real life hologram in video game form? You do a pretty good job. Look at that thing.
Let me out! It's dark in here! Help! Thank you. Enjoy the film.
Man, that was just going up and down, straight down, and straight up. That was great. Ooh, kiss. I'll take a kiss. That sounds pretty good. Oh, that was poor. Come on, Ryan. Man, one of my favorite things as a kid was pulling the plunger. I loved doing that. How's it going, Faustism? What's up, buddy? How are you doing this fine morning for you? Come on. Hey, we completed film, so that's good. 36 million? 200 million is a free ball. We've got a ways to go on this last final ball here. You're alive, hey. Can't get much better than that. Good evening, Baba. Baba Sticky. Come on. Playing a little bit of Creature from the Black Lagoon as requested. Not really requested by a viewer, but I wanted to play it. It's his favorite table. I always like playing people's favorite stuff, especially if I'm not familiar with it, right? This is cool. I like the middle area where it's got the Creature from the Black Lagoon, or wherever it is on the screen. It's got some good MIDI music. Rock Around the Clock. I'm not doing great on this one, but that's okay. It's learning the table. Hey, we got a high score, so can't be too upset about that. All right. I scored number 4, which is technically number 5 in this game. Come on, let's see it. The one thing that I do have an issue with is when these number sequences and all that stuff, they just take forever, and so you have to wait to get back into the game. Like, that was a good 30 seconds before I could play again, right? All right, last one. So 80 million is what we're shooting for right now.
Now, on with the show.
I was saying I wanted to play some more pinball tonight because, one, just work took it out of me. This evening took it out of me. Just drained, man. Didn't sleep well last night. I didn't end up going to bed until like 4:30, 5 o'clock. So that was I could not fall asleep. And then I woke up at 9, so I got like 4 hours of sleep. And then this whole weekend is all dog show. So that's gonna just be rough. And I gotta tear down the cameras, which I'm super bummed about. That's the one bummer thing about it is I gotta tear down these cameras to use them for filming. I'm like, man. But I mean, we need them. And I always like being creative with the filming of that stuff. I get to kind of do some of my own shots and stuff, so that's always fun. But then I also have to edit it. Ooh, Universal presents Creature from the Black Lagoon. Multi-ball. Yeah. Ooh, it went down the drain. I hate how they both went down at the same time. All right. What is the jackpot? Ah. Come on now. Okay, I don't know what happened there technically, but I'll take it. I think I'm doing decent. Man. Not our dog show that we run, it's not cutthroat. It's all, I mean, it is a competition and people do care, but it's for fun. Like it's a really fun sport that everyone loves to do. So yeah, it's not cutthroat, I wouldn't say. Like everyone is there to have a good time. And smell, I mean, there's a dog smell to it. Like you got like 100+ dogs running around, but it's not that big of a deal. It's also in a park. We're renting out a building, and in the building, like it can get a little bit rough, especially in the summertime, but I mean, it's nothing too bad. Okay, we got 61 million. So we're getting up there.
And now, on with the show.
I'm just there to do whatever my wife asks me to do. That's really what it is for me. I'm just the helper. I'm the, hey, what do you need? I'll take care of it. I mean, she's running the thing though, so she does such hard work. It's insane. I look at it and go, man, like I love putting on events. Like I think that's something I really do enjoy, but her stuff, it's a whole other ball game. Coordinating like 100 to 200 people with a bunch of animals as well is not the easiest thing in the world. But it's cool. It's a really interesting thing that I was never aware of. Except for the movie Best in Show. If you've ever watched that movie, it's fairly well made because it's pretty much accurate. Oh, man, come on now. Oh, I need to sit up a little bit.
Stay cool, Daddy-O.
Yeah, Daddy-O. Yeah, I love all the mockumentary stuff like that from wow, why can't I remember his name right now?
Let me out!
I'm gonna kick myself. Why can't I think of his name? He's done Best in Show, Waiting for Guffman. Yes, Christopher Guest. Thank you. Thank you. Waiting for Guffman, man. That was my youth pastor's like favorite movie. He loves that movie. He's like, Ryan, have you ever seen Waiting for Guffman? And I was like in high school at the time. I'm like, no. He's like, dude, you gotta see it. And so like every weekend he's like, do you rent it yet? I'm like, no, because like Blockbuster was still a thing at the time. He's like, go to Blockbuster and just rent it right now. Just go. I'm like, geez, okay, fine. And so I did, and I was like, okay, this is pretty good. This Spinal Tap too, like, so funny. We're talking about, you know, comedy movies last night. That's another great one that I hope they never try to make a sequel to, right? No one needs a Spinal Tap 2 movie in 2025. Hey, Ty. Yeah, we were talking about that last night. Happy Gilmore 2. Can you, like, who is asking for that? Who wants that? No one. No one is asking, and no one wants it. And as much as I really liked Adam Sandler back in the 90s, I think he's lost his mind. And I was saying it the other day, or last night too, it's when you see these movies, these sequels that no one asked or wanted, where they don't even compare to the first one, it taints a lot of the not image or whatever, but the legacy. That's what I was thinking of. It taints the legacy of the original, because you go, oh yeah, and the sequel, right? Like Dumb and Dumber. Remember how awesome Dumb and Dumber 1 was, but then we had Dumb and Dumber 2 back in 2014 or 15, and dude, who even mentions that as a movie? And you know, I mean, I could totally be wrong. Happy Gilmore 2 could be really funny, but there's not a great track record of comedy sequels that are really good. Just saying. Now, the Universal Studios Universal Monster stuff, man, what a disappointment that was when they were like, oh, we're gonna do the Dark Universe, right? Remember that when they started with the Mummy in 2016 with Tom Cruise? And it was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be the start of our Dark Universe. And what was it? Was it Russell Crowe was gonna be the Wolfman, or was it he was gonna be Van Helsing? I can't remember. But it was like, oh man, this is going to be really interesting. And then it flopped so hard, they just straight up went, never mind, we're not going to do that. I was actually really interested in looking forward to that whole thing, because I love the Universal Monsters. And a more modern, updated take on it, I'm cool with, if it's done well, right? Ooh, wow, that was a close oh, man. But I think they shouldn't have remade the, I mean, even back then, like the Brendan Fraser Mummy movies were already like almost 2 decades old at that point. So like, I get it. But how rad would it be if they brought back Brendan Fraser in the role of, you know, whatever his character's name was, and they used that mummy, Imhotep, for their Dark Universe. Like somehow he comes back, and that's the start of the Universal Dark Universe. Ugh. I'd be down for that. Put me down for 2. Hey, high score 3. All right, we're climbing up there. What was my score? Hey, all right, dude, we blew past 80 million. Oh, we were close. We were close to Pa. Let's continue on. I'm liking this table. This is a pretty cool table. I like the kissing too. Actually, I like when the guy says daddy-o. Oh, is that why they're putting out like 400 Godzilla movies a year now? I'm totally joking, but kind of not at the same time. I said this the other day. I was talking to my friends and I was like, they mentioned, what was it? Godzilla -1 or whatever. And I was like, okay, I feel like there is literally a new Godzilla movie that I see coming out every like 4 months now. I feel like I've seen so many different Godzilla movies in the last couple of years that have come out. Yeah, it's always been weird to me too, and I think it's just because it was back then, especially in like the 50s and 60s. They were just so all over the place, and translations were really hard to get a hold of, or there was none. And then you had the dubbing, which was done by a completely different company and changed the storyline and all that. And then you had like the mixture of like Mothra and Gamera and Mecha Godzilla, and I've never been able to follow it. And then they always would come out with a US version too. Like they had the 1998 Godzilla with Brendan, or not Brendan Fraser, with Matthew Broderick. And then you had the one, you had Godzilla 2000 that was totally different. Hey, Sharky, yo gabba gabba. I don't know how old you guys are, but there was a TV show called Talk Soup on the E channel back in like the early 2000s. And around like 2007, when I had a couple of roommates, my friend Brady, he would always record Talk Soup, and they would always make fun of a Yo Gabba Gabba clip. And it was about it was like, my name is Nathan and I like to dance. And then he would like dance, and it was a clip from Yo Gabba Gabba. And I was like, I would always like just kind of glance at it when it was on. And I was like, what the heck are you watching? And he's like, oh, it's Talk Soup. I'm like, what is that clip? And he's like, it's from this weird kids TV show. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But we would just do it all the time. We would just say, my name is Nathan and I like to dance, like just out of nowhere. Man, yeah, Talk Soup was great. I originally watched Talk Soup when it was Craig Kilborn or Hal Sparks. I liked the Hal Sparks era. And then they had, it was the guy from Community. What's his name? I'm blanking on it. It'll come to me. What was his name? Yeah, I love Hal Sparks. I love that he was in Spider-Man, the Raimi Spider-Man movie. Was it 2, I believe, right? Man, those movies were so good. Dude, okay, Jeff Winger on Community, that actor's name, he was a host of Talk Soup kind of really near the end, I believe. Definitely after I stopped watching TV. Where is it? Oh, come on. Yes, Joel McHale. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Sharky. Man, that was driving me nuts. Joel McHale. I love Community. That was a show for a generation, man. They're not going to make them like that anymore. That's for sure. They're making the movie, and I have just no idea how that movie is going to go. Man, he's not looking, not paying attention there. I'm really, really interested to see how the movie works out, especially with Donald Glover being just so completely, totally different now. But if he's signed on, like, that's great, you know? I hope he's willing to, and he seems like he would be willing to be ridiculous again, because he's definitely kind of gone in that I'm a serious actor area. Yeah, seriously. That's what I'm afraid of. It's just like the comedy and the jokes just being toned completely down so it doesn't offend anyone. Let's see how much we can just keep that going. Aw. Comedy is very, very different now. And it's a bummer. Oh man.
Let me out! Thank you.
There we go.
Enjoy the film.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. You know, there's definitely jokes that go too far or push the boundaries for pushing the boundaries' sake, which I'm never really into. But comedy is just so different now because it is so lowbrow and so inoffensive to certain people that you can't even have fun. Like we should all be able to laugh at each other, you know, all in jest, not mean-hearted. I think that's where a lot of people kind of forget. Jokes and stuff like that can be at someone's expense as long as it's not mean-hearted. If it's in jest and you're kind of laughing along with it and you can laugh along with it, it's okay. But there are lines that need to be drawn, you know? Oh my gosh. I still think some of the Chappelle Show jokes were some of the funniest things I've ever seen or heard ever in life. I always talk about the the white people dancing one. The one where he brings John Mayer to like a restaurant, and then like it's all white people, and he's like, white people just love electric guitar, so I brought John Mayer with me, and he starts playing the electric guitar in a restaurant. Everyone's just starting, you know, dancing and stuff, and then they go into the barber shop, and like it's like a black barber shop, and everyone's just like, man, what are you doing? Get out of here. And then they bring like a Latino music in or whatever, and salsa music. I get what you mean. I see what you're putting down. But man. And I mean, the stuff with Charlie Murphy too. That Charlie Murphy, you know, was it Hollywood Backstories or whatever it was? The Rick James and the Prince stories. I remember I don't think I owned the game store at that point. I was just working at the game store. And there was people would bring in DVDs to sell too. So we would take in mainly video games, but we would take in movies and DVDs, and then also comics as well. And so someone brought in and traded in the Chappelle Show DVD box set, And so like during break or whatever, or like if no one was in the store, I'd load up the Chappelle Show and watch it, in the store. I just about died laughing at that thing because it was like brand new. It was still airing. It was like on its second or third season. And I never saw it before. And someone told me, oh, dude, you should watch this when you have some time. Like the guy who traded in, he's like, you should watch this. This is great. And so I did. And oh my gosh, I've never laughed so hard in my life at that point. Tyrone Biggums, yeah. How much is what? The pinball stuff? Or are you talking about the Chappelle Show stuff? Because that was a DVD box set, and I mean, DVDs basically don't even exist at this point anymore. It's all Blu-ray, but who knows? Oh, the pinball stuff. Okay, so what I'm playing right now is all what is called Pinball Arcade, and it's on Steam. However, I think it's delisted at this point because the company, Farsight Studios, who licensed all this stuff, had all the licenses removed and revoked. So they could no longer sell these tables. Another pinball company called Zen Pinball bought the licenses out from under Farsight and Pinball Arcade. And they'll sell you these tables in a different engine with different physics applied to them. So the physics are a little bit different, and a lot of people don't like them. And they're very expensive. But this is basically all the original tables that you can't really buy it anymore. Yeah, so the engine itself is free, and it will come with a few tables. But most of these licensed ones, like Creature from the Black Lagoon and a bunch of others, Addams Family, Terminator, they are, you had to buy them before they went out of sale. I could be wrong. They could still be for sale, but I remember going, wait, what, why? Like they sent out a mass email like saying, hey, we lost the license and now we're putting these on sale one last time before we have to delist all the DLC. And there's like 30 packs of DLC or something. It's 100 tables. But there's ways to play it. What I did is I basically threw all of these tables and custom made launchers for them so that I can use it in Launchbox. And if you don't know what Launchbox is, when I go to the next table, I'll show you. It's a front end for every video game of all time, emulators and all that. But you can use it for Steam, you can use it for GOG, you can use it for PC stuff, abandonware, all that type of stuff too. I like having all my stuff very nicely, neatly put together. That's one of my things is I really like the collection and preservation style and displaying games in a proper order. So here we go. Here, this is, I don't think I got a high score here. Okay, so here, let me back out. So this is, let's close that out. This is Launchbox. And basically these are all the tables that are in Pinball Arcade. You can see there's 95 of them that I have. So I have all the Pinball Arcade ones. When I double click on it, it will launch into the table without going into the game, which is like a main menu, and it's got the Pinball Wizard, crappy music going and all that stuff. And then you have to select each table. It just goes right into the table. Future Pinball is the same way. Or no, not Future Pinball, sorry. Pinball FX3. This is the Zen Pinball stuff. And what they did is they originally were doing weird video pinball stuff. Here, I'll do this. Back to the Future one. Hopefully this doesn't get me copyrighted on YouTube. But it's a weird digital, like, very different style of pinball. It's cool. I like these tables too, but they are very, very different.
Input the destination time.
Game pause.
Oh, whoops. There we go.
2015.
And they got these visual flares to it and all that. Oh yeah.
You're gonna shoot the ball. Why not do it with some skill?
We can play basically everything in the world.
4:29 p.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, 2015. In exactly 2 minutes, you go round the corner into the Cafe 80s.
2015? You mean we're in the future? The answer is no, Griff.
And wait for a guy named
So you can see it's
no,
a very
Griff.
different style. That is way too loud here. I'm just gonna back out. No, these are all you have to buy them too. And again, they have tons. They got Bob's Burger. They have Skyrim and Doom tables, Family Guy. And that's where the Indiana Jones one was that we were playing last night. So they have all these like fake ones, or not fake, but like video game ones. But they also have, Funhouse and Indiana Jones and Junkyard and Attack of Mars and Creature from the Black Lagoon and all that stuff. So they definitely do have real ones too, but that is all stuff that you have to buy. But yeah, like I have every video game of all time. So if we wanted to play some Genesis, we can play some Genesis. If we wanted to play some Super Nintendo, we could play some Super Nintendo. If we want to play some PlayStation 2 games, we'll play some PlayStation 2 games. What about PS3? Sure, we could play some of those too. It is weird that there's a lot of these pictures that have been corrupted, and I don't know why. They just get randomly corrupted sometimes, and sometimes they won't boot properly. But yeah, we could play a bunch of Wii games too. It's so weird. F1 Challenge for what system? The arcade? Since we're already out here. If I've got it. Because I haven't filtered I've filtered a lot of the MAME stuff, because MAME has so much garbage. I basically went through and built a best of the best for arcade, and it's 643. It should be 670. There should be 670 in here. But yeah, like we could play pretty much anything if we wanted to. What system? Yeah, F1 Challenge does not sound like an arcade game. Okay. Do you know which Sega system? Because there was a lot. I mean, we could just search really quick. We've got, on the Genesis, we have Formula One, and then F1 World Championship Edition. You let me know. We'll play one of those really quick. 1cc basically means one credit clear, which means you have to put a coin in and you beat the game in one credit, 1 quarter basically. Genesis, all right. I don't think I've ever played this game. The racing games that I played on Genesis were Outrun and Turbo Lotus Challenge. Lotus, what a interesting car design and maker. Prepare to race at the Interlagos. All right. We can ratchet our car, auto. Let's do medium tires. Medium or soft or hard? And I don't know what this tail is. High, medium, low. I mean, yeah, let's just go for the basics, right? What is the control? There we go. We just, oh jeez. We just ran over that guy's tire, launched ourselves in the air, and then hit that tree. Dude, this is blazing fast. Good grief. This is really fast. We're like clipping those people's tires. That's great. Yeah. That's the one thing about these games on the Genesis, these racing games, is the frame rate usually pretty rough, and the draw distance is pretty rough too. So it's really hard to get a good sense of what you're supposed to do without having extremely good reaction time. But I feel like I'm doing okay for my first time. I know I'm probably not at all, but this is cool. I like this. I had a F1 game on PC back when I was a kid. It was, I think it was just F1 Grand Prix. And I always called it Grand Prix because that's exactly what it's spelled like, with an X. And I did not understand. It was a, what? It's a French term, right? And so it's called Prix. And so my parents would always have to correct me when I was talking about it. Oh yeah, I'm playing the F1 Grand Prix game. No, it's Grand Prix, Ryan. But it says X. Jeez, oof. I do like that it's very fast, even getting started from a stop position. And fly through this stuff. This is great. Oof. These are decently long tracks too. I like this. The one thing that always bothered me as a kid, it doesn't bother me anymore, but because of how graphically demanding this was on the hardware, you have, oh my gosh. You have half of the screen not used, right? It's a map and time in like statistics. As a kid, I hated that. I always hated that. I'm saying the American version, right? But it's not bad frame rate for this. This is probably what, like 16, 20 frames per second? Not too bad for the Genesis. I'm not a big person into console wars. Like I don't care. Like whenever people talk about console wars, my eyes just roll because I go, oh, you like brands. You like companies. You don't like video games. You like companies. Because that's exactly what I think of fanboys is they like the brand more than the actual games themselves. Because that's what they care about. That's right. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. I mean, so I had a Sega Genesis first, but I did end up getting a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo as well. I had a Nintendo first, then I got a Genesis, and then I got a Super Nintendo, and then I didn't get a Sega CD, it was too expensive. I didn't get a Saturn, it was too expensive. So I got a 64 next. Man, I am having a little rough time here. Not really paying attention. And then I got a Dreamcast, and then, no, I got a PlayStation, then a Dreamcast, then the PS2. Because the PS2 I couldn't get for a while because it was really hard to come by out where I was. I remember my mom really tried to buy one even like looking on eBay, like when eBay was still brand new, kind of. And she couldn't buy a PS2 for like $600 on eBay at the time. She was like, I'm sorry, Ryan, but no. Oh, dude, you should get it. Last of Us 1 is pretty good. I still haven't played Last of Us 2, and I own it on PS4? PS5, I can't remember what it's on now at this point. It was on PS4 because no one could buy it on PS5. But I think it no, it didn't get ported to PS5, right? Or it just did? I don't know, man. Current generation consoles are so screwed up. I was talking about this the other day. Like, just all of that stuff is so crazy. Man, he saw me coming and he tried to block me. I need to go into the pit. I should be going into the pit. This is a long race. Yes, it is. $64 for a game that came out in 2013, right? I remember at E3 that year when it was coming out, it was funny because like they had Sony had a booth for The Last of Us 1, and I was just like, dude, this game is coming out in a week. And so I was like, I'll briefly touch it, say I played it at E3, but then it was like, dude, this game comes out in like 5 days or 3 days, so I'm just gonna buy it and play it then. Well, that was fun. Let's do one more and then we'll go back. We'll do one more. Maybe I can do a little bit better this time. I turned Scottish there for a second. Turned into groundskeeper Willie. Dude, Left 4 Dead is awesome. We had a tournament at the game store for Left 4 Dead 2. And it wasn't even just like one big tournament. We would have we had play sessions dude, this guy, what a jerk. We would have play sessions all the time. So my group of friends would come to the store like right before I closed, and then that was bad. That was pretty bad. I would close up the store and we had TVs scattered throughout the store and a projector in the back, and we would all play Left 4 Dead 2 together. And oh my gosh, that was so fun because we're just screaming and yelling and having a great time because it was like midnight and it was in this, shopping center. That's where the store was. It was in the shopping center that you could just be as loud as you want. No one would hear you because it was just all businesses and everyone was gone. So we would just be as loud as we wanted to, which is why we did rock band tournaments all the time too there. But oh my gosh, just yelling, pills over here, telling people, hey, we got some pills, and oh, the Uzi's over here, or whatever it was. Oh no, a hunter got me. Oh, I got the boomer. Like, oh my gosh, that was so much fun. I loved Left 4 Dead. And it's fun. And this is something I definitely want to do on stream soon, is do a multiplayer with everyone and do a multiplayer of Left 4 Dead 2 and stream it and have you guys play with me. And there's a couple really cool custom maps that they have. There's a few, and I'm gonna not talk about the custom maps that I want to play because I want people to see them first. They're rad. Ooh. Oh, Zoe, yeah. Sorry, the voice thing didn't say it. But yeah. What a man. I miss Valve being a video game studio. There were so many cool games that they were making, and now they just don't. There was something today where they were talking about they're working on a new hero shooter, and I was just like, oh no, the world doesn't need more of that. What are you doing, Valve? It's just like, dude, this industry is just eating its own tail. I keep saying it, very, very soon, very, very soon, we are gonna experience a video game crash just like in the 80s. Because none of these companies are gonna be around in 5 years. And if they are, they're not gonna be putting anything out. They're gonna be like holding companies at that point. Give it about 5 years, man. I really think in about 2, but 2 to 5. Okay, I need to pay attention to where the pit... Oh, I just passed the pit, huh? My tires are worn. Well, hopefully you like this, like this. Oh my gosh. Wow. We went way off course. I just want like classic Valve games again, man. Like I don't need Half-Life 3. We should oh. Well, there's the one credit. I'm gonna put my name in. Oh wow. Did I just misspelled my own name. There we go. I mean, if you're small enough that nothing's gonna happen, especially for your first. And if it's I mean, the thing is, as long as it's not straight up ripping off or taking, like, just don't use the names. Like, oh my gosh, just don't use names of the same. Don't name your stuff the same thing. Don't say, I'm making a Super Mario game. Call it, I'm making Super Barrio. Like, literally, that's all you have to do. And there's nothing's going to happen. All right. What pinball table do we want to play next? I want to get back to some pinball. We were talking about Elvira. Should we do Party Monsters or should we do, what's the other Elvira one? Oh, I was saying I did. Man, there's so many pinball tables. There's so many good pinball tables, man. Arabian Nights. I wanted to play Arabian Nights. So I think this is one of the free ones. I remember downloading it on my tablet and playing it on a tablet. And it's actually not that bad because you hold the tablet, you know, like this, and you just use your thumbs on the sides of the screen as flippers. It totally works because of the aspect ratio too. It's not bad at all.
In ancient Baghdad,
We'll play a couple of rounds of this.
Oh, master, I am ready to obey.
I always like the end when you lose out on your ball and the genie lamp starts counting all the stuff, all the extra bonus points. It's a really good sound effect.
You are amazing.
Here we go. Oh, I didn't get enough. But it goes dun 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 dun. Pretty good.
Unleash the lamp's power.
0 hour. Oh, no first class, eh? Very nice. 0 hour. I don't think I've heard of that one.
Hit it once more.
there. That little musical tone, I really like that. I dig that part of this table. Those skill shots I can usually get if I pay attention, but when I stream, I kind of forget about them.
Seize the power.
Ready or Not, is that the VR game? I feel like I've heard of it recently, like within the last 2 weeks.
Oh, master, spin the land at a wish. Great shot.
Oh, SWAT 4, man. That is always one of those games that people talk about, and I'm like, man, I just never played it. I know of it, I just never played SWAT 4. I was always into Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six was my jam, and I'm talking like Rainbow Six 3, Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow, Rainbow Six 3 Lockdown, Rainbow Six 3 Gold on PC, which is like all of them, right? Even Rainbow Six Vegas and Vegas 2. I loved those games. And I was so bummed when they canceled Rainbow Six Patriots, which turned into Rainbow Six, Siege? Which is basically not Rainbow Six. Yeah, oh, I have SWAT 4. I've just never played it.
Tale of Alibaba.
I have it on GOG, and I've never played it. I've never loaded it up. I have hundreds of games like that. Yeah, I wanted Patriot so bad. It sounded so cool. Like, we gotta continue our story of Ding Chavez, right? What happened to Ding? That's what I want to know. I remember the Rainbow Six Rainbow Six Vegas on the 360. They had the camera adapter for the 360, the Xbox Live Vision camera, where you could play like Uno and use the camera and all that stuff. And Rainbow Six Vegas allowed you to take a picture of your face and map your face onto the main character for like multiplayer and stuff. I loved that. I thought that was so cool. And Rainbow Six 3 on the original Xbox, they had the Xbox Live Communicator, and you can actually call out, it had voice direction. So you could say breach and clear, and it would actually tell your squad mates to breach and clear, and then your squad mates would do that.
Let the tales
Like,
begin.
man, Rainbow Six was like on the cutting edge of console stuff for a while. It was so cool. I miss that. I miss that so much. My Abandonware should probably have it. I'm like 99% positive they should have it. You know what? But I think it is on sale on GOG. No, I take that back. It's definitely on sale on GOG, because that's where I bought it, and that was like, what, last Christmas? Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost 100% positive it's still on GOG. And I call it GOG. I don't say GOG for the most part, because GOG it stands for Good Old Games. I don't care what they say. That's what the company's named. That's what it stands for. You can't just retroactively say, no, it doesn't stand for anything, when it actually has when it actually is an acronym. I thought that was the stupidest backpedaling decision. I was just like, what are you doing? Who cares? Your name is GOG. It stands for Good Old Games. Just leave it at that. It's a good moniker.
The jewel of the Cyclops is now yours.
Nice.
Seize the power.
I tried playing Rainbow Six 3 like maybe 2 years ago on PC, and I think it's called Rainbow Six Gold on Steam, and I was just like, dude, this is really rough. But I really do want to play it again. I miss it. I had so much fun with those games, and especially, again, like, they were so cutting edge on a console. On the original Xbox, you could LAN those systems together and do multiplayer. So I did that with my friend. We both had an Xbox, we both had a TV set up next to each other, and we would play multiplayer where we both had our own personal main screen and TV. But we were in the same room on the same couch together. We just had our TVs side by side so we could play multiplayer together. It was so much fun. Come on, Genie. Ah, there we go. I banish you. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. Man, it's only 11:30. Jeez. Only 900. I mean, if you like those games, I want a jewel. I haven't played a first-person shooter, like a good first-person shooter, in a long time, it feels like. I think the last one I played was in the beginning of the year, last like February, with Atomic Heart. I think Atomic Heart was like the last first-person shooter I played.
Strike the genie for multi-ball.
Give me that multi-ball.
I cannot be defeated.
Atomic Heart? Oh, Atomic Heart's great. It's basically Russian BioShock. I really, really liked it. I did have a few issues with it, and I think I discussed it on one of the Game of the Year videos on YouTube. But, I mean, if I didn't discuss it there, then I definitely discussed it on the podcast, the Game of the Year podcast for last year, because it was definitely in my top 10. I really liked it, but there definitely was a few glaring issues that I had a problem with. So I think I made it like number 10 last year for Game of the Year.
Take this over.
Yes, the ballerinas, the robot ballerina ladies. Yep. Atomic Heart, yes. Oh, come on. That ball just went straight down. Ah. Imagine playing it in VR. Nice. Yeah, you're gonna, if you like BioShock, I think you'll like it. And yes, it does. No, I mean, I'm trying to remember. I mean, you can kind of beeline it. It doesn't take super long. I'm trying to think here. What I was gonna say is, there's so many similarities to BioShock that it's almost like, dude, like you need to change it up a little bit. Come on.
The tale of Scheherazade.
Hello, Mr. Lion. Hey, what's up, WXSXBX? Sorry. On Kick, how are you doing? Is this Lion King? No, this is Arabian Nights. This is Arabian Nights on the Williams pinball table. If I miss something that you say, I apologize. The Kick chat does not read it to me. I have TTS on so that I can kind of pay attention, but I apologize if I miss one of your things. It's not because I'm ignoring you. Reminds you of the Lion King? Are you sure you're not thinking about Aladdin? Because this is Arabian Nights. It's got a blue genie. Hey, we hit Grand freaking Champion. Me. All me, baby. 14 million. 14.5 million, number one. How do you use TTS? I don't have it enabled for the chat. Or for like it to speak on screen. I just have it enabled for me. But because of the multi-streaming that I do, it is only for Twitch chat, not Kick chat. Sorry, but I'll pay attention. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to.
Welcome back.
More than happy to answer any questions you got. Yeah, sorry. But dude, feel free to ask any questions. I'll be more than happy to talk to you. Everyone and anyone is welcome in this stream. I multi-stream, so on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and Instagram, and X. So you can find me 5 different places. And maybe on the Discord server too, if I can finagle that. Am I playing this on the Sega? No, this is on PC. Joe's Tube, yeah. Oh, we should switch tables. Four PCs. 4 PCs that I can stream off of right now. What was another table that I wanted to play? Trying to think. If you got a table you want to see me play, let me know. Oh, Scared Stiff. That's what we were playing. Scared Stiff. Or that's what we were talking about yesterday, I believe, right? Last night. This is the one, yeah, with the little, I don't know if you guys remember, like at theme parks and stuff, you could get these little crappy, like rubberized monsters that would have like a hole in them so you could put them on your fingers. And on the flipper area, they've got that.
Are you ready to play?
Oh well, Vyra.
I don't want to know what's in there.
This is a pretty cool looking table. I like this table a lot.
Better practice your scales.
Good music too. Really, really well done music on this table.
Oh, nice manners.
That pig head reminds me of, I don't know if you guys seen the deleted scene for, yeah, you can say whatever. That's fine. I don't know if you ever seen the deleted scene for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Oh, come on. But there's a deleted scene where he has a pig head attached to him. And then he has to wash it off and like it like disintegrates and it like melts into this weird pink goo. That little pig head just reminded me of that. I loved Who Framed Roger Rabbit as a kid. That was like one of my favorite movies. So, as good of a table as this is, it's a decent table, but it's very simplistic, a very simplistic table. But that doesn't mean that it's not complicated. There's some complications to it, but if I was gonna own a pinball table, I would want something with a little bit more oomph, right? And I was never allowed to watch Elvira for obvious reasons, right? When I was younger. You know what they should have had? I don't think they ever made one. They should have totally made a Pee-wee's Playhouse pinball table. Only 2 hits left. Like, that would have made so much sense if they made a Pee-wee's Playhouse pinball table. I'm not talking about like one of the newer ones. I'm sure they might have at this point. But like in the 90s, early 90s, they totally should have. A hard body table? Yeah. Ooh. Is there a Tales from the Crypt table? 'Cause that seems like that would be good too. That was something I definitely remember my other uncle. I think I told the story last night about Terminator 2 being my first R-rated movie when I was a kid. Like right after that, I remember seeing Tales of the Crypt, I think is Bordello of Blood as a kid. And oh boy, that is definitely not a kid's movie from what I remember. And I think it was the first nudity I ever saw too in a movie. And my uncle didn't realize it. And he was like, oh, sorry, don't tell your parents. Needless to say, I didn't go hang out with that family member very often. Yes, multi-ball, give me them.
That was awesome.
Ah. Man, come on.
This is my favorite part of the movie. Oh, the Deadhead family album. Hit the crate.
Fathead.
Quick! Hit the crate.
I'm trying. Ah, man. Yeah, I'll definitely, sorry, I totally forgot to say it, but yeah, I'll definitely check out iRacing, NASCAR, what, 2003? At some point.
Let's see how scared stiff you
This
can
weekend is going to be so crazy. Oh my gosh.
get. This'll scare the pants off you. I hope. Have a free game.
Ooh, thank you, Elvira. Okay, that scream sounds like Mel Blanc. That sounds like a Mel Blanc scream. If you don't know who Mel Blanc is, he's the man of 1,000 voices. Basically, he did all of the voices pretty much of Looney Tunes characters, all the classic Looney Tunes characters, and that sounds like a Daffy Duck scream. Okay, cool. I am interested to play that at some point soon. Just whenever I get a chance. I got my VR headset, you know, the Bobo VR headset today. I plugged it in, turned it on, charged the battery. Seems pretty cool. It's very different than what I'm used to. But I think once I get used to it, I think it's gonna be awesome. I just got to get comfortable, get it used to it. Yeah, it's really cool. I got the S3 Pro or whatever, so it's got like it's got a fan. Like, it's got little mini air conditioning and stuff too. I didn't even realize that. But I hooked it all up. I put it on. I did just a quick like test with Steam VR and everything just to kind of put it on for like 5 minutes, and I was like, okay, this sits differently. It sits very differently. But I think I really like it.
Unpleasant dreams.
It was worth the money, I think. Or I think it will be worth the money for sure. Excuse me. For sure. Okay. I want to play something a little different. What next? What next? Trying to think of what other ones are really good. You know what? I really like Cactus Canyon. Okay, so I was yes. Not tonight, because I gotta install it. I gotta go find it. I gotta install it. I don't want to do that. No SWAT 4 tonight. Maybe sometime next week. Yeah, what the heck is that honeycomb thing? It's just like a strip of rubberized gel. And where does that go exactly?
Collect your bounty, son.
Yeah, but I still got to install it, and I don't want to. I don't want to play. That is a bigger thing than what I'm gonna do tonight, which is play pinball, because I got 4 hours of sleep last night, and I have to put on a dog show, and I have to tear down this camera later, and I also have to work in the morning. So I just want to have a relaxing last night for the until Monday.
Amazing.
Oh, dude! Chocolatiel, man. How's it going, buddy? How are you tonight? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in everyone who is raiding. If you haven't watched me before, my name is Ryan. Howdy, howdy. And right now I'm playing some pinball. Some good old classic pinball. Cactus Canyon.
They're bad guys. Shoot them bad guys.
Chocolatiel, dude. How are you doing, man? You've been playing some games lately. I've been seeing you like stream pretty much every day. That's awesome. It's been, I'm trying to remember, like I keep seeing it jumping in really quick and then getting pulled away before I can say hi, but it's like a lot of, are you playing, like, I saw some Mario games and stuff. What's up, dude? Ah. Okay, cool. Thank you, Sharky. I appreciate that. Yeah, dude. Good to see you too, dude. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that.
Thank you for cleaning up Cactus Canyon.
The guy even thanks you. Thank you.
Welcome to
I like this one. I think this is probably definitely a favorite of mine. Bucky O'Hare. Oh, man. Nice. You just beat it? Sweet. I don't think I've ever beat that game. Is it pretty hard?
Well done, Turner.
I'm gonna shoot my initials in your lawman.
I like how this guy does some impressions of people, like
Great job, isn't it?
he does some John Wayne, which I've always loved doing John Wayne impressions.
I guess I'll just fall down now.
Well, that'll do it, little buddy, little partner. I think he does a couple other different voices. Dude, no problem. Hey, thank you so much. I hope you have a good one, man. Have a good dinner, dude. I'm sure you deserve it.
Nah, nobody panic.
Take care, man. I appreciate it.
Ready, set, draw. Papa gonna mess. Hey, that's a pretty good
Yeah,
idea.
this is a secret favorite table of mine. I always forget about it. And it's because it's a Western. I love Westerns. You're not playing anything for 10 hours? So 10 hours ago, what were you playing in Discord? Dude, I really liked playing that little Uno game in the podcast radio station. That was really cool. I've never done that before. Okay. Better breathing, got it. I mean, it seems like it's one of those cooling gel pads and stuff, so that's fun. You haven't been playing anything? Okay. I see that some people have like, oh, I'm playing Microsoft Excel and stuff. I think that's pretty interesting. I don't know if that's actually correct, like if they are actually using Excel as a program. Which it's got to be old at that point because Excel is pretty much what Microsoft 365, is that what the product is called, where it's all online? Come on, man. Thanks for the picture. Yeah, I'll check it after the stream for sure. Because I saw that, I looked at it, and I'm like, where the heck does this thing go? Does it go on the forehead? Does it go on the back area? Like, we were so busy. Like, I got home from work. My wife was like, oh, we had a judge cancel out. We have to go do a bunch of stuff. And then I was like, all right, cool. So we left and we went shopping for a few things, had dinner, took care of the animals. And then she's like, okay, I got to be up at 5, so I'm going to go to bed now. And I was like, all right, cool. And I just like plugged the whole thing in, opened the box, and, you know, charged the battery and stuff. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to go stream. Bye. Where does what go, Faustism? I should probably keep my eye on the, on this. Oh, come on. That was cheap. That was a cheap shot. You know, I think maybe I really like this table because it reminds me of Blazing Saddles a little bit. Why don't they have a Blazing Saddles pinball table? I'm pretty sure they just could not get away with making a Blazing Saddles pinball table. But I think it would be really fun if they tried. And okay, I gotta focus on this now. We gotta get a good score.
Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Undertaker.
Welcome to Cactus Canyon.
I haven't paid attention to all the new pinball tables because I feel like there's so many licensed new pinball tables, but none of them really interest me like these old ones do. Hexagon or octagon. It's a hexagon.
Come on, tough guy.
Come on now. I'm sucking it up here, and I don't like that. It's not very becoming of me. I would like to own this pinball table. I think that would be a fun pinball table to have. It goes on the back. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to take a look at it after. I was thinking about switching out to some Fallout 4 VR. I don't know, man. I'm having a lot of fun playing pinball.
Looks like a gunfight.
And I feel like if I switch over to Fallout, I think some people are just going to be like, nah, bye. Come on, we got to draw. I would like to, but at the same time, I'm having so much fun with pinball right now.
I like how you ride that horse.
Quick draw is left. Black is left.
Octagonal prism, okay.
Get him. Blow his little old head off.
Oh, she got saved. How nice. I always liked the two guns on the side. I love revolvers like that. They look so cool. Man, I'm not doing well on this one.
Come back soon.
Okay.
May I do it, Cheatham, at your service?
I can't believe it's Thursday. It feels like Saturday.
I was drinking that, thank you.
I think this whole week has just thrown me off.
You don't think I see you, but I do.
Come on.
Congratulations.
Oh, man. So I was looking up some old classic Half-Life mod stuff.
Lone Ranger.
And I was like, I remember playing a mod for Half-Life that was called, I couldn't remember what it was called, but it was an Old West mod. It was called Wanted. And so I started looking it up. And I'm like, oh, yes, we're going to have to play this at some point soon. It's like this standalone mod of Half-Life 1 that's all Western themed. And I loved that. And then that kind of got me going, what other mods did I play? And I wanted to start playing Day of Defeat. Hey, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well tonight. Playing some more pinball tonight.
I like my Colt 45.
Ah, man. But that got me going into wanting to play Day of Defeat. I don't know if you ever played Day of Defeat or not, but man. Oh, you're writing your paper. Your dissertation? Or just a paper. But if you got writer's block, man, I feel you, man. I know how that is. Just paper, okay. Ah, man. But yeah, I don't have too bad of writer's block, but mostly because what I write is actually just fun stuff. Like it's all just old, it's articles on video games or video game reviews. So I can usually kind of just wrangle in my thoughts and write what I need to. So I don't really have a ton of writer's block, but there's definitely times where I'm sitting down and I'm going, I don't know what to write. I don't know how to get my thought across properly. Or I'll write something and then I'll read it and I'll go, nope, delete. Select all, delete. I have a real bad problem with that. Dissertation is 3 years away. Okay. My buddy just finished his last year. I can't remember what it was on. It's something way, way, way over my head. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're done with that. I feel like I've been hearing you talk about it for years, which I have. I would ask him all the time, like, hey, how's your dissertation going? He's like, working on it.
Lock is lit.
You're messing with the wrong hombre. Those bad boys are robbing the bank.
Oh man. Yeah, see, that's how I feel too. When I do have to like write something, I feel like I can kind of summarize. I've summarized everything I need to say pretty well. And so when I write down what I need, I can get it all succinctly, you know, there on the page.
Me, will ya?
And then it's like, well, that wasn't very long. I guess I could spread this out a little bit, but why? Like, I think the world doesn't need more bigger papers. They need more succinct points. They need, you know, kind of bring it all together, make it easier to understand. Oh, wow. What, writing helped you? I love writing. It's like one of my favorite things to do other than play video games. I mean, that's why I do so many articles and, you know, posts and stuff like that. Like with the question of the week on the Discord server. I love writing those, and they don't take too long because it's just something I love doing. Yeah. Just get to the point. That's all. Gotta get to the mother load. No. I'm trying. Yeah, mother load. Ah. Undergrad, man. Just a remind. Every time I hear the term undergrad, my mind goes directly to, I think it was in 2001, there was a MTV cartoon called Undergrads. And the main character looks exactly like one of my best friends. We would always call him Cartoon Brady, because that's exactly what it is.
I'm gonna shoot my initials in ya, lawman.
I miss John Wayne Westerns, man.
Down now.
I was really surprised by how well they made, or remade, True Grit. That was a great remake. Oh, come on, come on. What was that? What was that?
Okay, son, let's gunfight.
They use those fancy $5 words, right? And they write them gobbledygook. Yeah, I agree. Like, that's why I can't read some of that stuff. I'm just like, you're just trying to sound intelligent, and what it actually comes off as is you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't need to have 17 descriptors. Like, especially if you're writing it to help someone, right? If you're trying to get a point across, you're trying to write it like as some helpful guide.
Celebrity voices
Ugh.
in first.
Welcome to town, stranger.
Exactly. You have to speak in layman's terms sometimes. Or most of the time. You got to be able to talk at the level of the person. Exactly.
You're quite a man.
It puts you on the same level as them too. Which means like, hey, look, like we're all the same, right? No one wants to hear from someone who doesn't understand what they're going through or doesn't relate to them in any way, shape, or form. You got to be relatable.
Messing with the wrong hombre.
Hombre.
Blow his little old head off.
I always loved on Pee-wee's Playhouse. They would do cartoons every once in a while. They would have like the King of Cartoons would come on. And they would play, you know, some old classic cartoons, but then they would also do some weird stuff. And they had like a claymation one called Penny, where her eyes were actual pennies. They also had one that was all Spanish that was called El Hombre. And El Hombre, man, oh, loved El Hombre. And you always got to roll the R too. Hombre. That was terrible. Hombre. There we go. I would like a burrito and some chimichangas. And that's not racist. My wife is Mexican, so. I don't know if anyone's seen that skit. I showed it to her and she laughed so hard. There's this old SNL skit with Jimmy Smits where he's in a
Come back soon.
he's in a like an office setting and they're all going to grab lunch. So like the guy comes in, I think it's like Rob Schneider, and he's like, hey, does anyone want lunch? We're gonna order from the Mexican place. And he's like, okay, okay, so what does everyone want? And so he goes, oh, Jimmy Smith's like, yeah, I'll have, you know, the nachos. And then everyone else is like, oh yeah, I would like a burrito and some chimichangas. And everyone's like really over enunciating and putting like that flair into their speech. And he's just like, what's going on? That's racist. And they're like, no, it's not. Oh, I love that skit. That's like one of my favorite SNL skits. She was Puerto Rican. I always like the what is it? I always like the 30 Rock where they're like, so what are you? Oh, I'm Puerto Rican. And it's what's her name? It's Jack Donaghy's girlfriend, who's played by, oh my gosh, why can't I remember her name? Selma Hayek. She's like, oh, I'm Puerto Rican. And they're like, that can't be right. That sounds racist. I love 30 Rock. That was a great show. That was something that my wife and I watched together, like when we first started dating. It was like, oh, what should we watch? Oh, we could watch a couple episodes of 30 Rock. And I was like, I love 30 Rock. It's like, okay, this chick's rad. It's like one of my favorite shows. She's rad. I like her. And so if we're bored and like we're not really doing anything, it's just like, let's just have some background something or other on the TV. It's either Frasier or 30 Rock at this point. I am just not doing great on this table.
Lock is lit.
You couldn't lift the broadside of a burrito. You don't think I see you, but I do.
My little brownie. I've never taken offense to gringo either, and it's like sometimes it can be used as a, you know, a more, you know, broadly semi-bad word, but it's like, no, that's not what it means. Come on. Like, so many people take things out of context. Is that the way she would say it? Okay.
You don't think I see you, but I do.
Hey, man. Those accents, dude. I get it. I totally get the accent thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't have time to be offended by some joke, right? Take it all in stride. Walk it off is what I always say. You're offended, walk it off.
We like an air condition.
Rub some dirt on it and walk it off. I think more people need to hear that phrase. I think people forget that. That's how we learned. That's how my dad toughened me up as a kid. Oh, you scraped your knee, walk it off. You broke your leg, walk it off. Yeah, grow a pair, that's right. There we go. That was mother load, right? Yeah. Ah. Ach. There's my groundskeeper Willie coming out again. Ach. We were watching Simpsons last night, and there's the one episode where they're trying, is the B Sharps episode, and they're retrying for Chief Wiggum's position in the barbershop quartet, and they're auditioning groundskeeper Willie, and he's singing Downtown, but he's like, you can always go ach dun. And I always laugh so hard at that part. I'm offended that you're offended, right?
Congratulations, Sheriff.
Black is lit, and so am I.
It's funny too, because my wife really wasn't ever into The Simpsons or anything, but it's been one of my favorite shows since forever, since I was secretly allowed to watch it or secretly watched it, because as a kid, oh, my parents would not want me to watch Simpsons. I was not allowed to. My mom still, whenever I reference Simpsons, she's like, you're not allowed to watch that. Like, jokingly, of course, but even as almost 40 years old, I'm not allowed to watch Simpsons because that's what my mom says.
Shoot the bad guy.
Come on, Lone Ranger.
Shoot that scab.
And it's funny too, because like, I think it was right after the movie came out, which was a long time at this point. I forget, that movie's pretty old at this point. Was it 2007?
Hope to see you soon.
I remember like sitting down and like staying over at my parents' house for a weekend or something like that. Like, I think it was Christmas. That's what it was. I was staying at their house for Christmas. And my mom was like, oh, what do you want to watch? Like, do you want to watch anything? I was like, I want to watch the Simpsons movie with you. She's like, no, please don't. I was like, no, I think it's a really funny movie. And so like we sat down and watched it together, and she actually laughed at a lot of parts. And I was like, oh, good. My mom has some humor. Oh, I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT, I mean SMART. Oh man, I've got a wealth of knowledge about The Simpsons. Probably too much knowledge at this point. I'm sure that show has pushed out some interesting, good information out of my brain to contain random facts and quotes from that show. Hey, amiga. How are you doing this fine evening or day wherever you are in the world? It's currently just past midnight for me. Playing a little bit of pinball.
You don't think I see you, but I do.
But yeah, it's really interesting. I've loved Simpsons ever since I was able to watch that show on my own. And I would always quote it and do that stuff with my friends. So when I got married for my bachelor party, like my bachelor party was basically my best friends coming over to my house and spending the night and playing video games. Like we had a big video game pizza party for my bachelor party, and it was so much fun. And we played a bunch of VR, because like it was right when VR first came out, and I showed people a bunch of VR stuff. And then I made everyone come up with their top 10 Simpsons episodes, and we all talked about our top 10. I said, like, I want to actually have a discussion and hear everyone's top 10, because we all loved The Simpsons. That was a lot of fun. Dude, amiga, I'm glad you're doing well. Hope I can provide some relaxing conversation for you. If you have any questions about anything, please feel free to ask. I am an open book. You can ask me anything. or you can just hang out and have some fun and relax. I did not realize I was in multi-ball. We're getting a couple mother loads though, so that's pretty good. Whew. I'm gonna say yes. Eve definitely did. House would Cain Abel have lived? Hmm? Tell me that. Okay. You're forgiven. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Eve did. I'm gonna say yes. We're created in God's image, and we all have one, so that's my simple explanation or answer. There was no need, but there's no need for a lot of stuff. I don't need my gallbladder. Is it gallbladder that we don't need? A pancreas? Spleen? I don't know. I'm sure there's something I don't need in my body. Technically. I don't need 2 kidneys. What do I need 2 of them for? I'm sure I can make money off of it somehow. Yeah. You only use half of your brain, right? Or at least most people. Or 10%. Which I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that we only use 10%. I'm pretty sure that's been disproven.
That extra ball is lit, honey.
Oh, I agree. I 100% agree with that. I don't think that's opinion. I think that's fact. We have no idea what we are talking about as a species sometimes. I could get behind that. 10% on average at any given time, but not that we only have like this small percentage that we only use, right? That's a good analogy. I like that. At any given time, we're only occupying 10% of our house. That's a pretty small house, dude. Yes. So if it's 10%, it's like a little here, a little here, a little here, equaling 10%. I don't believe it.
Come in and take a load off, stranger.
I mean, I think the idea is that we are only using 10% of the capacity of what our brain can actually use. That might be a different conversation. I don't know. That's definitely not a nearly 12:30 at night conversation for me, though. My brain can't handle that right now. I'll try the best that I can, though. But if I misspeak, don't hold it against me.
Looks like a gunfight.
Unless I have a good body. What?
Ready, set, draw.
I used to. When I owned my video game store, I would always think about the, hey, how does this work? How many arcade games can this house or place fit, right? Everyone can use. Everyone follow everyone. I had that exact conversation with my dad this Sunday. We were talking about some stuff, and I was just like, you know, my answer for most of it is it's probably a little bit of both, and we're not going to figure it out until we get to heaven. So I'm not going to really put too much worry into it. With the order of everyone follow everyone, you love it? I'm trying to keep in front of all the conversations that are going on. So if I miss something, I apologize.
My burrow can shoot better than that. Thank you.
Oh, come on. Man. And Cammy, I don't know if or Amiga, I don't know if that was if it just happened, but thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Yes. Question. You got a question? I've got an answer. Oh, dude, I like the Cammy emoji. That's pretty rad. I always loved Cammy in Super Street Fighter 2. I've done a few of those debates, and I'm not great at it, which is hard. Yeah. Didn't we all love Cammy? My wife, whenever I play Street Fighter, she's like, "Who are you gonna play?" I'm like, "I don't know. I could play Ken or Blanca." Oh my gosh, that is a huge freaking spider. We have wolf spiders out here, and that is easily the size of a silver dollar. We had one. You know what? I'm gonna kill this thing. This thing is massive. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, it was too big not to kill. And they stay in here. Last year we had a spider about this big. It had hundreds of little babies on its back. It was one of the grossest things I've ever seen in my life. It was disgusting. And we're trying to get it, like, we didn't want to kill it, but like we tried to get it outside, and it was like on my curtains that I use as a partition, and it got onto the curtains, and all these baby spiders just started going everywhere. Oh no, she hates those. Yeah. It's life in nature, but they don't need to be in my studio. No animals allowed in here. The worst was a snake, though. I've had several snakes in here, and that was upsetting. Especially when I was working, I'm like, oh, I just got to go grab a book really quick. Hold on. And then I almost stepped on this snake. It's the worst. No, I'm in Tennessee, actually. We get snakes out here in Tennessee, too. Yep. Had a few of them. It's the worst. So this is actually like a basement, and I built the studio into a basement, so it got in, and I was not happy, and I've had a few of them. That's what'll happen. Yep. They like right under my chair, under my desk, and they like the nice, cool flooring in the studio.
see you, but I do.
Nice.
You couldn't hit the broadside of the
That's
burrito.
awesome. I'm gonna say something that's gonna make me sound like an idiot. My wife loves the snakes. She wants one, and she's definitely like brought them inside, like upstairs into the house. Like she'll pick them up, she'll handle them because I mean, they're not poisonous. It's garter snakes, milk snakes, garden snakes, rat snakes. Racer snakes, I think, is the other one that we saw. We had one that died in the crawl space.
Celebrity voices impersonated.
So it was. She loves them. I hate them. But I always feel like a wuss when I'm like, no, I don't like them, and she's like, no, I want to hold them. I'm like, nope. I don't want to have anything to do with those things. I used to live in Southern California, and we would get rattlesnakes all the time. There was rattlesnakes all over the place. Those are messed up.
But a little hole. Bounty collected. Gunfight is lit.
Yeah, we have so much. So we live out in the country, and we have a farm, and so we've got ducks, a goose. We had a ton of chickens until they all got killed, unfortunately. Dogs, cats, turtle,
Okay, son, let's gunfight.
a tortoise, not a turtle, fish.
Ready, set,
We had rabbits a couple weeks ago. My wife caught a couple rabbits, and we kept them for a while, but unfortunately we couldn't maintain them right then because one of our dogs passed away, and we're just like, we don't want to take care of these baby rabbits, so we let them free because they were outside first. She caught them. We just released them back into the wild because we're just like, we're too emotionally drained from our dog dying, so we don't want to deal with these other animals. Because baby rabbits, man, they need some tender loving care.
Shooting at my dream.
We have 4 cats, by the way. We have 4 cats. We almost got a 5th one. My mom's cat gave birth a month ago or something like that, and so a couple months ago, almost got one. Very tender in a stew.
Come on, Lone Ranger.
A black spot? No, I have no idea. I've got white coming in now. I couldn't tell you how to get black in your beard. I could tell you how to get white in your beard. He's stressed out 24/7 because of life.
I see you, but I do. Nice shooting. You couldn't hit the broadside of the burrito.
Yeah, agreed. Leave it alone. Let him do his thing.
I didn't like that, did you?
How old am I? I'm almost 39.
Congratulations.
I'll be 39 in a couple months here. Deer jerky's great. So my parents have a farm too. And last year they had a baby deer born on their property, and they had to nurse it back to health. But they actually had to leave the day that they found it. And so we were tasked by going out and taking care of the baby deer, which my parents named Bambi, of course, right? And so we had to nurse the baby deer and keep it alive for a couple weeks until my parents got back.
I've been air-conditioned.
So I got to like literally hold a 2-day-old baby deer, and we spent a couple hours every day nursing that thing with like milk bottles and formula and stuff like that. And, you know, it stayed alive. It did really well. Super cool taking care of a deer like that. Yeah, it was a really, really fun, interesting time. And so on my personal Instagram, I have a picture of me holding the little baby deer in my arms. Eating right and sleep, the two of those three things that I do not do. Hey, I got an extra ball, sweet. We'll change tables in a minute here. I'm ready for a change. Oof. Come on, come on. I don't know if I've had much deer. My uncle, I've told this this story on stream before, but my uncle, or my like extended family, basically had a ranch up north, like about 400 acres up in Northern California. And so every year we would go around Christmas or New Year's or Easter, and we would go up there. And one year there was a bear on the property that was killing, like, they killed their horse. It killed a lot of their goats. And they had dogs and stuff. The dogs were fine, but it definitely killed animals. And it was on their property, like on their porch and stuff. And so my uncle actually went out finally and killed it. And we watched it happen. It was incredible watching him like take down a bear. And so that night, which was New Year's Eve 2000, I think, like literally the Y2K new millennium, we watched my uncle kill a bear and then skin it. And spent all night skinning that thing and cutting out all the meat. And then we ate the bear for like a week. It was awesome. Bear meat is very tough. Ooh, games on Steam that I could recommend. That's an interesting question. What are your 3 favorite genres? What are your 3 favorite genres? And I'll give you some stuff. Yeah. Bear urine. No, thank you. Oh, there's the Twitch Prime chat thing. It reads it in my ear, so I have to listen to that thing every time it auto posts about Twitch Prime subs. Which, hey, if you got them, I'd appreciate it. But that's as much as my self-promotion that I'll do. I'm just so bad at self-promotion, man. And it's funny, a lot of people forget about the free Prime subs, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I forgot for years that they were even a thing. And it wasn't until I started streaming where I'm like, oh yeah.
Nobody panic.
First-person shooters, survival, and physics. Okay. And racing. Let's see. On Steam, for a cheap amount. Let's see. And I'm trying not to recommend Game Pass stuff because I would recommend just Game Pass for certain things like Forza Horizon games. Just if you like more arcade style racing games, the Forza Horizon is awesome. And that is on Game Pass instead of buying it for 25 bucks or less. First-person shooters, you can always go with anything from Valve, you know, like Half-Life and Half-Life 2. Portal, which is not really a shooter, but eh. Trying to think. Like I said, Atomic Heart, but again, that's on Game Pass.
Jackpot.
Man, I'm trying to think.
Mother load is lit!
Ooh, yeah. Ooh. That sounds like a good marinade. Come on now. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Deer jerky is also really good. I've always liked deer jerky. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. My wife hates how I cook steaks, so she usually does it. I'm medium. I'm a medium guy with steaks. I don't, absolutely not well done. No, of course not. But I don't like rare either.
Thank you for cleaning up Cactus Canyon.
Okay, hey, we got 30, so I'll take it. That was fun. That's a good table. I'm not great at it. What else should we play? You know, let's bring up Steam really quick. I'm trying to think of great first-person games. The Borderland games are really, really well done. I love the Borderland series. Those are great. BioShock is also a really good series. Those are good first-person shooters. If you want Burnout, the Burnout series by Criterion, unfortunately, Burnout 1, 2, 3, and Revenge are not on PC. It's just Paradise, and that's a bummer. But Paradise is fine. It's definitely not my favorite. Yeah, dude, I've been playing Hades since Hades 2 came out. I played a little bit of Hades 2, and I was like, oh, I want to play Hades. So I've been playing Hades for the last like week and a half. It's been a blast. I just haven't played it for the last couple of days. Oh, if you want a really good single player storyline first person shooter, Call of Juarez Gunslinger. That is a phenomenal first person shooter game. Also, the Chronicles of Riddick, both Assault on Dark Athena, which is the second game in the series. Escape from Butcher Bay is the first one. I believe this one is the only one that's on Steam, which is Assault on Dark Athena, but it comes with both. So you buy this, you play Escape from Butcher Bay first, then you play Assault on Dark Athena. Escape from Butcher Bay, the Chronicles of Riddick game, on the original Xbox is still one of the best. It's the best looking original Xbox game. Phenomenal game. Love it. Oh man, we're just going to start going through my Steam library and just looking at all the games, and I'll just tell you if it's good or not. Control is a good third person, not first person. Cyberpunk can be first person. That's a pretty solid game. I really liked it in VR. That was really fun playing it in VR. The Darkness too, because they don't have the first one apparently for some dumb reason. Driver. I think this might be delisted. I don't believe you can buy Driver San Francisco on Steam anymore, but dude, I loved the Driver series. Super, super solid. Fallout, obviously, the Far Cry series, really good. We're gonna play a little Flat Out. Just to whet your appetite of what Flat Out is. If you've never played this game, oh my gosh. This was pretty much all of my early college years. If you've never played Flat Out before, where the heck is Flat Out 2? I definitely own it. Booyah, booyah. Immortals. Oh, Immortals, huh? Interesting. I don't think I've heard of that one. Unfortunately, this is not a 4K monitor. It'll do 4K downscaling, and then also because of the internal capture card. Oh, is my control? No, my controller should work. Right. We're just gonna play a minute of this because, oh my gosh. Hold on. Let's just see how I can get out of some of this stuff. You can use the a controller. It definitely works. It's just it's not good for the menu. It's really hard to do that in this menu system with the controller right now. So we'll race for a moment here. I gotta turn this down. This is super loud for me. There we go. Oh man, is it not gonna work with the control? Like you actually have to change the settings for it to work properly. But flat out, there we go. Ooh, guess the keyboard buttons that I have to use to play this game. It's the arrow keys on the keyboard that I'm using right now. Up to go forward and accelerate, left and right to turn. Yeah. I need to get a ceiling camera so that you guys can just see the stupid control system. But what makes Flat Out awesome is the physics. The physics of this game are incredible, and it looks really good upscaled too. So all of the stuff is completely breakable, and it is so much fun. And I played this in college, and I would just have people come over and we would play this game all the time. And the reason why is because the racing is solid, the physics are great. This is made by Bugbear, who, if you've played, what was their last game that they made, the new one, Wreckfest. And that was back in 2014 was when they started making that game, but 2015. 2014, I think, Christmas of 2014. But this is an amazing game. Everyone should be playing Flat Out. The physics are awesome, and if I can, you get to fly out of your car. And you can slow it down. So there's that. But what we really did, oh my gosh. Hold on. Erase. This is really what you want to be playing. I gotta figure out the button though. Hold on. There it is. Okay. It was one of those. So what you do, this is a bonus event. It's called the high jump. And you are supposed to drive and launch your car up. And you see how high you can get your character. And you can also slow it down as well. What was that? I think that was Alt. It was Alt or Control. We'll do it again. This is a stupidly fun game. So there were times like we would have like our youth group I would have a core group, and we would like, I was in charge of like 8th grade guys or whatever, and I was in high school. Or in college, like we all grew up, they were in high school or out of high school. And they would come over to my house, and we would spend like an entire evening just playing this event over and over and seeing who could get the highest score. And the ragdoll effect is the best part of the game, right? So let's actually try this now that we got it all down. I hope the music isn't too loud for you guys. Yeah, the limbs don't break off. But back then, okay, it's control. We didn't need it. Can he land it? Oh, nope. Missed it by that much. I love this game. I could do this all night. So there's a ton of flat out games, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because the first two are really good. Excellent, excellent games. I actually like the Flat Out 1. Oh, he's not having a good time now. Flat Out 2, they kind of changed a lot of the physics on the racing. But it's still good. But they added more bonus stuff. There we go. Got higher. Ooh, yeah. Batman Arkham games, dude. Hey, Wolf, man. We were playing... I have to just mute this music. We were playing pinball, and then was it Sharky was asking, hey, what's some good games on Steam, like first-person shooter and racing games? And we came to Flat Out, and I went, oh, I need to show everyone Flat Out, because I don't think anyone knows about Flat Out, or most people don't. And if they do know about Flat Out, they know Flat Out 2 and 3 and 4. 3 and 4 are made by a completely different company, and they suck. Flat Out 1 and 2 are pure joy. This is the greatest thing in the world to me. There's the car too. On the 360, because Full Auto 1 was a 360 exclusive. Full Auto 2 was a PS3 and... I think it was a PS3 exclusive only. But I feel like it was also on PSP, but like it's not a port, it's like a totally different game. Why they only made them on a single platform, I'll never understand. Game exclusives, console exclusive games. No, you cannot play online multiplayer on this. I wish, that would be great. I'll turn down the music now. Okay, so what's really interesting is there is multiple stuff. Like, again, you can do the races, but you have bonuses, and look, there's a ton of different stuff that you can unlock. So you can do like demolition derby. You can also do bowling, high jump, long jump, darts, and a clown where you're supposed to like shoot the guy into certain things. So like the long jump here, we'll do the long jump really quick. It's kind of like the high jump, but horizontal instead of vertical. So you kind of rev up, you get a good angle, and you try and see how far you can launch your character. Kind of like a long jump in the Olympics, but you're hurling your entire character's body out of a car instead of just jumping, which I think is way more fun. That's just me though. Oh crap. That didn't work out. You get points for hitting the pole. No, you don't. So it depends on which event you're going for. If you're doing the high jump, the one that I was just doing, you get points for going as high as you possibly can, and it'll stop counting when you reach the arc. But this one, you get points for how far you can go, and as soon as you land, it stops counting. So I got 59.9 meters on that one. We'll do a couple, and then we'll jump to flat out 2, and you'll see the difference. Flat out 2, like I said, I don't like the racing as much. I like the racing in this a lot. I think the racing in this is like perfect. It's one of the best racing games of all time, I think. I really dig the physics. But man, the bonus stuff. He does look like a created skater. I'm getting like 40s and 50s here. And yes, there are bonuses. You can like unlock everything and even a jet car for the bonus stuff if you like enter your name as like, I think it's give all. If you enter your name as give all, I think that will make all the stuff unlocked right from the get-go. All right. Well, that was fun. Let's see what our score was. 138. All right, cool. Okay, that was fun. That was lots and lots of fun, but now we need to play Flat Out 2. Let's go ahead and install that really quick. I played all of these on the original Xbox originally. But man, these are fun games. Oh, I love showing people new games. So you can see there's Flat Out 1, Flat Out 2, Flat Out 3, and Flat Out 4, Total Insanity, and then Flat Out, I believe this is 5, Ultimate Carnage Collector's Edition. 3, 4, and 5 just suck. Don't even bother with them. 1 and 2 are made by Bugbear, who made Wreckfest. And that's where Wreckfest kind of got its, you know, the demolition part and all this because of Flat Out. And it's just so stinking good. (16:9). Everything else should be good. Over 3D. Hopefully, unfortunately, with a lot of these older PC games, you know, every once in a while you have to add a few I changes or something for everything to get working, but it works fine. Oh, I should have done give all. I think that would have worked. So I think what they did is they put all the bonus stuff. No. Single player. Here we go. Single stunt. That's what it is. So you have the high jump again. And the high jump in this one, it's not like a post. It's a net. And then you can get some really cool cars too. I like oh, we got to go with the General Lee, right? I know how to play, thank you. Oh, this is the tutorial, right? You kind of have to watch this. So this one's a little bit weirder for the high jump because one, you have to dodge all this barrel crap. And then two, you don't have a ramp, you have a meter where you actually have to angle the shot. So it does take a lot more like skill. And then you get stuck to the wall. How great is that? Oh, and there's Banjo. He's up. Just pay no attention to Banjo howling in the background. So there we go. And you want to try and avoid those girders too. So it's a little bit different. It's kind of a little bit more interesting, but also you don't get that huge launch of your car. Your character doesn't hit the ground as violently, you know. So like there's differences here. We'll do a couple runs and then I'll show you my favorite. But man, yeah, we just played this like non-stop for just days. This was like our go-to. All right. Decent. So you can play it a really fun way, or you can play it the right way, or you can kind of mess around and just do goofy stuff, and you can like try and see if you can get it into one of the other things, or see if you can hit something. It's a good all-around fun game. Okay. So I'll try and remember which one it is. Single stunt. Ring of Fire, I believe is what it is. Yeah, there's a ton of different ones. But Ring of Fire was, I think, my favorite. Man, I don't... There we go. Okay, I was like... Don't give me a tutorial. So, oh, I did it way earlier. Way too early. My bad. But you're trying to get through all the different rings. And just imagine playing this with like in high school with a bunch of people in the same room and never seeing ragdoll physics much. Oh, crap. Well, that didn't work out very well. Ooh. And you can also kind of move your character this time, so you can like nudge them in the air and stuff to kind of recorrect. So they basically went, oh, you could do a ton of stuff. Yeah, imagine this in real life, right? And if you're going, man, you kind of suck, Ryan. Hey, I'm using arrow keys as, oh crap. I'm using the arrow keys to do this, all right? Let's retry that. Man, I haven't played Rocket League in years. I think the last time I played Rocket League was 2017. It's been a while. Hey! We made it. Oh, right, I need to nudge. I liked it for a little bit. I liked Rocket League for a little bit, but I'm not a big multiplayer gamer. That's the thing, is I just don't play multiplayer games all that often. And when I do, like I don't know if anyone here was watching me when I was playing Helldivers last month. But I played like 3 hours of Helldivers, and I don't think I ever really care to play that game ever again. I wish I could. It's just, I've literally seen everything that game has to offer, other than cosmetics, and playing with randoms just sucks. So if I had a group of people to play online with, I would probably play a lot more online games, but I don't. Oh, that was... Ooh. We'll do one more, and then we'll switch back. Unless you guys want to just watch me play this all night. Or we can scroll down Steam and see what else we can suggest or offer. It's all up to you guys. You tell me what you want. This just straight up turned into user suggestion stream. See what else I got? All right. And it's got a lot of like early to mid 2000s rock band type music in it. There we go. So like I said, you can kind of control the character and nudge them a little bit, which is cool too. I like that. But if you want a good racing game, get Flat Out 1. Flat Out 2, I personally don't care for as much. It's interesting, it's fine. The physics are different, and I just don't like the physics as much. Ooh, we ended up way off course there. All right. That was fun. So there you go. There's Flat Out 1 and 2. Ooh. Need for Speed. That series is so interesting because a lot of the early ones are really good. I don't know which one you're talking about. Are you talking about Need for Speed Most Wanted in the 90s, like the PlayStation 1 era, not Most Wanted? Or are you talking about Most Wanted from 2012? Or are you talking about 2021 Need for Speed? There's 3 Need for Speed Most Wanteds, which is the stupidest thing in the world. Yes. I talk about that game all the time, and no one understands how awesome that game is. It is so stinking good. I freaking loved Need for Speed Most Wanted because when they did this weird thing, I remember like you're doing this one race where all these cop cars get together and they're all like autonomous or whatever, and they ball up and create a Ferris wheel. And it's this big spinning Ferris wheel made of cars that is chasing you. Like just weird crap that's going on in that game. And I always thought that was so fun and interesting. And I tell people that and they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, no, I didn't dream this. This is part of that game. Oh man, what a fun game. There's always the Grand Theft Auto series, which is always fun. Grid. I never really got into Grid, but I know a lot of people, other people really like Grid. It's a good racing game. What else? Oh man, that's a bummer. There's Helldivers too. I've always really liked the Hexen and Hexic games. Those are great. Hitman, but that's not really first person. That's third person. Especially the new 2016 Hitman series. Oh my gosh, Hitman 1, 2, and 3 from 2016 on. So good. Oh boy, I'm just going to get lost in games right now. Just going through all these games going, this game's good, this game's good, this game's good, this game's good. I don't know if I can do this. This is going to take way too long. Oh, I've got a lot. I've got a lot of games. I've got quite a few games. Let's see. Oh, dude. Lovely Planet. Oh, nice. We're gonna play. You're gonna see one of my favorite weird indie games. This is a weird. What's the genre of this? This is a speedrun game, basically. And Lovely Planet is basically where you just try to get through the level as quick as you can. But it's also a shooter in a way, where there are enemies that you have to take out. And the music in this it's one of my favorites. I love this game so much. So we're just going to start from the beginning. There's no real storyline. This is the equivalent of what Katamari Damacy was when that came out. This is exactly basically like a first-person shooter Katamari Damacy, where it's just so weird and so Japanese, you're just like, what am I watching? Oh man. Okay, I'm not going to be able to play that with the controller because it's going to be all super weird. Hold on. I'm get the keyboard and mouse here. Is it going to let me? Because there's jump. So like the right stick, the view is super ultra sensitive. I'm barely moving, barely even touching it, and it's going like this. Like that's not good. I can't do that. Hold on. Let me back out really quick. Hold on. We should be able to change the settings. Okay, we'll just do keyboard and mouse, even though I hate it. All right, here we go. There we go. All right. So you've got shoot, unlimited ammo, and you need to kind of get the stuff out of the way. You jump, and the pillar is basically the end of the level, and you're timed. Well, Daniel seems like a big old fat cheater. So does Charlotte. And this is why I don't give a crap about speedrun scores. Because of people like that. All right. And you just play this game like this. And then there's bad guys. So you got to shoot them before they shoot you. Avoid them. And this is the game. It's so fun. And you just like run around trying to get as fast as you can. Obviously, the levels get way more complicated. You also have to kill every enemy too. So if you don't kill an enemy, if you think, oh, I'll just run past them, you won't be able to finish the level. So again, there is that speed run aspect, which I'm normally not into. But for whatever reason, I super got into this game. And there's Lovely Planet 1, Lovely Planet 2, and then Lovely Planet Arcade. And if you die or you fall off, like you just kind of restart from where you left off, but you're timed, right? And it's just so much fun. In the music too. Here, I'm gonna crank up the music for a minute here so that you guys can hear it a little bit better. I hope I'm giving you some good ideas of new games to check out. Like that's the whole point of doing this, because I love suggesting new games to people. And if I could do that, if I can suggest like some new cool game that you've never seen before, like, oh man, that's like my favorite thing. Hopefully the music isn't too low for you. Or hopefully it's not too bad as well. Oh, so I missed a bad guy. Like I said, you got to get them all. I missed this. Oh, come on. Ryan, come on. Oh, R for reset, right. There we go. And there's a lot of, oh, whoops. You don't want to kill those guys. There's a lot of levels too, which is really cool. Like there's a lot of content here for a weird little Japanese speedrunning game. And again, there's like 3 or 4 of them. I don't know what the difference between the first and second one and Arcade, Lovely Planet Arcade is, but I own it. I don't think I ever played it, or maybe I played like 5 minutes of it and never loaded it back up. Oh, I love Max Payne. Max Payne 2 is one of those games that I wish I could replay for the first time. I love film noir, and so that whole storyline, especially 2, oh my gosh, I loved those games when it came out. I did hate the nightmare sequence in the first game where it's all dark and you're walking like on a line of like blood or something and there's a baby crying in the background. It's like super disturbing. I haven't played that game since it came out, either of those games. So that's what I remember from, I think that game came out in 99. So it's been over almost 25 years since that game came out. I remember loving it though. And I want to play it again as soon as the new one comes out, the remake. Yeah. Is it the first 3? I thought it was just the first 2. Because Rockstar has rights to 3. And I know they... Crap. Did I get it? No. Oh, right. Okay, so press and hold space. But yes, I am very excited. So if I hold space, I kind of bounce. Yeah, I really did not like that that nightmare sequence in the first game. But I mean, other than that, I still remember loving. Crap, I gotta. Go. There we go. Ah. Yeah. If I don't got a baby and I hear some babies laughing, I'm gonna wonder what the heck's going on. See, you can see, oh crap. Oh, I missed that guy. You can see it gets a little bit longer as you go through. But the level layout and design is so simplistic and nice. The music is so enjoyable that even if you mess up and you're like screwing up over and over again, you kind of can't get mad at it. It's just too happy. It's too happy of a game. It's like trying to get mad at Katamari Damacy. Like, it's just impossible. Here's a free game store story for you, since I'm feeling so happy and generous. Oh man. I was saying last night, I coupled with the comic book store. I coupled with the comic book store in our neighborhood or in our town. And when I would go in there, there was this one girl from the comic book store that worked there. Really cute looking girl and stuff. Super cool and nerdy too. She came into my store one time and she asked for this one game. And this was before I owned it. So this was back in 2001. She came in, she was like, oh, hey, do you guys have this game? It's a Japanese game. It's called Katamari Damacy. And I was like, what? I've never heard of it. And so like I got onto the phone with the distributors. I asked them and I was like, do you guys have this? And they're like, yeah, we can order it for you. It'll be here, you know, in 5 days or something. So I said, hey, do you want me to order it for you? And she said, yes. So I was like, all right, cool. And when it came in later that week, I called her up, took her number down, called her up and said, hey, your order's in. You can come pick it up whenever. She came and picked it up. And she was telling me all about it. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying, lady. What you say sounds crazy. This does not sound like a video game. And so she was like, no, you just gotta see it to believe it. And I was like, all right, whatever. And so she opened the game and then said, all right, check this out. And so she played like maybe 45 minutes of it. And I was just like, this is so cool. This is awesome. I gotta get this game too. So there's a little fun video game store story for you for free. You don't even have to spend any channel points. I had a big crush on her too. Big crush on that chick. Katamari Damacy. It's a PS2 game where you basically play as the prince of the cosmos. And you basically roll up everything in the level into a big ball. And it is super, super awesome. They did a HD remake called Katamari Damacy Reroll. Here. Let's quit back up. I don't think I actually have... No, yeah. Got Katamari. This. Here, I'll this is how you spell it. K-A-T... wow, Tay. K-A-T-A-M-A-R-I-D-A-M-A-C-Y. Yes, I do have Resident Evil 4. Both the original and the remake. And I have the VR version on Quest. I own 3 copies of Resident Evil 4. Ooh, that's going to take a little... I don't think it's loaded. Hold on. Oh, yes, I do. No, I don't want to give you taste because I'm not a big Resident Evil 4 fan. I only played 9 hours of it and I stopped. I'll give you a taste of Katamari, though. This game, if you've never played this game before, this is a bonkers weird game. Oh, we gotta change the resolution in game. Ooh, that's loud. The soundtrack is amazing, by the way. So if you try and basically figure out what the heck is going on in this game, you're not going to figure it out. Just roll with it, all right? So I'll give you the lowdown. Your dad is the king of all cosmos, and basically that means like he's like a god, basically. And you play as the prince of the king of all cosmos. And you are sent down to Earth to fix your mistake of making stars. You basically knock down all the stars in the sky, and now you have to put them all back. But they're gone, so you have to make new ones. So you go down to Earth, you get this, what is called a Katamari, which is like this ball that just things stick to. And you just roll it around Earth, picking things up, gathering bigger and bigger and bigger, and making the diameter bigger and bigger and bigger, to the point where you meet some level expectation, and then you throw it back into the sky, and that's the entire game. So the control scheme is a little bit weird. It's a dual joystick game. And even though I beat this game, it's making me do all this stuff, so let's go through this really quick. There we go. It's not Super Monkey Ball, no. It's very different than Super Monkey Ball. I just want full screen, man. So basically, he's telling you the story. It's not voice acted. It's just nonsense for the most part. And he speaks in like record scratches. Yeah, blah, 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 I know. So I have to fill up this thing up to 10 centimeters or something. Hold on. No, I don't want vibration turned off. Man, I'm just mad that I can't full screen this, like at all. It's not letting me. Okay, I'll figure it out as soon as we go. Hopefully this is not super weird, but I mean, it's super weird, but hopefully you can kind of get the gist of it. So I'm just picking up random crap in this little house, but if I try to pick up something big, like these cupcakes or the snail, it's too big. So you have to start small and pick up smaller stuff. Arma 3, nice. I've never played Arma 3. It was always very intimidating to me. There we go. So I've gained a little bit larger of a ball, so now I can pick up a little bit bigger items. And you just kind of roll around and get some more stuff. And so this was the game that girl told me about. And I was just like, she was trying to describe this game to someone like I did. It's too hard. It's so weird that you go, I have no idea what you're talking about. But when you start playing it, like, you kind of get the gist of it. And so that's what the girl did at the store. She was just like, you know what? Here, let me just open it and play it for you. And so we sat down for like half hour, 45 minutes. Just, I was watching her play this game. And I was like, this is so cool. I want to play more of it. And I love you. I just want full screen, man. That's all I want. You gotta have a brain to play it? Yeah. I'm assuming you're talking about Arma 3, right? No, I do not need to view this tutorial again. At least it didn't default to, yes, play the tutorial again. Oh my gosh, 3-hour mission. See, that's why I can't play a lot of multiplayer games, because you have to be dedicated, right? So it is a multiplayer game, so you can actually play multiplayer, and then in the level you have your cousins that show up, and if you roll them up in your Katamari while you're playing, you can unlock them and you can play as them and all that stuff too. Trying to get presents, constellations, display and control configuration, display settings. Here we go. Oh, man. There we go. Vignetting off. Oh man, look, we can actually see the game now. All right, let's play around. Let's play one level. Yes, it's a very weird game. Here we go. Get the mouse out of the way. So that's the star we just created. Trying to remember, how did we start the game? Is it this bird? No. It's not the presents. We go to the home planet. Make a star too. Here we go. So we'll play a level or two here. Space games. Yeah, I mean, You've got Mass Effect, No Man's Sky, especially in VR, like we were playing a couple weeks ago. Lunar Lander on the arcade. I'm trying to think of other space games. Oh, this music's so good. The music's really good in this game, too. I think this might be the music for the next episode of the podcast. It's so good. The soundtrack is amazing. And you gotta have really good control, too. You gotta be able to control really well and not worry too much if you can't pick something up. You just have to keep moving. And it's really good to be able to go, oh, you know what? I'm trying to get this thing. I'm having a hard time with it. I'm just gonna move on. Like, that's what you really gotta do. You gotta really move on. Always be rolling. ABR. Oh, it's such a fun game, man. It's really relaxing too. Like, other than the time limit part, when you have the time limit, I kind of get a little bit antsy. But if you disregard the time limit and you just go, hey, I just want to play a few rounds or whatever, dude, this game is unbelievably relaxing. Especially later on when you are just rolling up entire towns. It's so cool. Alright, now we need 10. Yes. Yes. Items from Timu, that's right. Yeah, just random junk. And like, look, you are small and you see humans and stuff, and again, later on you definitely roll up humans. And they don't really pay you any mind. All this stuff is happening. This person's just like, oh, whatever. Who cares? And now we're outside. I mean, I guess. I mean, I've never been to Japan before, but I'm assuming Japan is exactly like this. Right? This is exactly what Japan is like? Come on. Ooh, that would be an interesting place to visit, Korea and Russia. My friend in high school is Russian, and so he would always tell me about living in Russia. And I was like, oh, that sounds weird. But he always loved it. But he liked America better. He liked living in America way better. Ooh, we got knives. And I really like, yeah, Chernobyl, man. I would love to visit Chernobyl. That's definitely on my bucket list. Someday would love to go visit that place. I've always had a weird fascination with Chernobyl. New Zealand would be really cool too. My sister was obsessed with Lord of the Rings when she was younger, so I would always hear about New Zealand. I think she ended up going. She's been pretty much all over the world. She's been to every continent except for Antarctica. Like, she loved traveling when she was younger, so she went to like all the places that she could. Yeah, give me those lollipops. Can't get the paint bucket yet. I'm trying not to lose too much items, because you will, when you bump into stuff, you will lose stuff. Oh, and we can go back in now. If we can get up there. Jeez. And now we can just roll up tons of stuff very quickly, right? All this stuff that was taking forever to roll up earlier. Now we can just grab tons and tons of stuff. I'll never not think of that girl when I play this game. That's for darn sure. Come here, Santa. Mine now. Oh, I found a present. Sweet. Roll up here. Get some extra stuff. Some spongies. Getting on the last minute here. Yeah, there we go. Paint buckets. And this is the worst sound in the entire game. This stupid siren sound that sirens for 30 seconds. Still can't get that thing out. There we go. Royal Rainbow. Bah. So that was Katamari Damacy. You asked, I provided. Lifted back up into the sky. A perfect score. Perfect score. And here's a cutscene. Try and figure out what's happening.
そろそろ出発しますよ。はーい。
臨時ニュースです。星空が突如なくなってしまいました。原因は現在調査中とのことです。
There we go. Okay, so that was Katamari Damacy. A wonderful, wonderful game. All right, we're going to jump back and we're going to just do a little bit more pinball before I call it a night, because it's past 1:30. I was going to end at 1, but hey, we had some fun. Hopefully I got to show you a couple games you've never heard of or seen before, and now you got some stuff in mind that you can buy or play. If I can do that, then I feel like I've done my job for the evening. What do I want to play as the final pinball table of the night? Theater of Magic, or should we, let's play a little Twilight Zone.
You unlock this door with the key of a
Oh man, I love Twilight Zone. It's so good. So we'll play for like 20 minutes or so. Well, I'll call it at 2 o'clock tonight, just because I got work in the morning, and then this weekend is going to be super, super busy. Yes. I mean, if you mess around with this, the volume control and stuff, I think you can get rid of a lot of the more overt, noisy stuff in that game. But the soundtrack itself, the musical score in that game is so good. There's some real classics in there. And it's all Japanese, you know, like 100% Japanese style music, but it is so well made. Oh, the Hitchhiker. The Hitchhiker is probably one of my favorite Twilight Zone episodes. It's so weird and creepy. Oh man, I think Twilight Zone Tower of Terror is probably my second favorite theme park ride of all time. And the reason why is not because of the ride itself, it's the theming. They do such a good job of not only making it themed to Twilight Zone, they do an incredible job, but the weird 40s style Art Deco and everything in the lobby of that, the queue line, oh my gosh. It's one of my favorite things.
There's madness in town square.
Come on. Another place that I would like to, just kind of going back to wanting to go places. Nice, an all-nighter. Well, shoot. Hopefully you can fix it by then. If you're just gonna stay up all night. I do that all the time though. I know what you're talking about. You're just like, I might as well stay up. It's funny, like I'll have to pick up my dad from the airport every once in a while because we travel for work. It's a family business, and so I work with my parents. And when we travel, we have to pick each other up from the airport. And I've finally gotten my dad to work on like flights so that he can get home quicker and earlier, but take like red eyes and stuff like that. And so we'll take later evening flights out from California here to Tennessee. And it's a 5-hour flight, roughly 4 to 5 hours, depending on, you know, where it is and all that. And so my dad will get to the airport at like 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes. And my dad's like, hey, can you pick me up from the airport? I know it's a pain in the butt because I live an hour away from the airport. And I'm like, sure, yeah, absolutely. He's like, my plane comes in at like 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, okay. He's like, well, are you gonna go to sleep? I'm like, no. Like, why? That's so early to me. Or it's like, no, because I might as well stay up. Like, I don't go to bed early like my parents. I stay up until like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning most of the time. If I can get away with it. As long as I can get away with it. This is a hard table. This is a pretty tough table, but I really like it. I used to say, people would ask me like, oh, if you could only have one pinball table, what would it be? I'd always say Twilight Zone. But honestly, I don't know. I really like it, but I think there are better tables out there. Yes, multi-ball. Whew. Yeah, jackpot. Sweet. I mean, that sweet, sweet jack. Missed one ball, lost one. Crap. Aw, man. They're on it too with that, like, hey, you missed the ball, it went down the gutter. It's like immediately like, oh, your multi-ball is over. Like some tables will allow you to kind of, you know, cheat a little bit and be like, oh yeah, it hasn't counted it just yet, so you can get a little bit extra score in. Not this one. This is weird. I've never understood this. I'm assuming it's all magnets, right? Ah. This is our second ball. Should probably not look. Super shot. Whew.
Super skill.
Hi, I'm Papa Tina. Here's your extra ball.
All right, extra ball, sweet. Thank you, Talking Tina.
Beyond this door is a dimension.
Thank you, Tina. Ooh, that was close. I lose the ball very easily in this table too. There, like, a quarter of this table is like obscured with crap. So it's very easy to lose it. I think that's probably also another reason why I don't know if I would actually want to own this table. I have to sneeze so bad right now. If you want to see, oh man, if you want to see another table, let me know. We got like 15 more minutes. Town Square, all right. I like hold my breath sometimes when I have those, when I have the ball at the very bottom and I'm kind of juggling it a little bit like that. Ugh. I end up like having to hold my breath a little bit.
Player one.
All right, sweet.
Not an ordinary game or an ordinary player.
Phew. Oh man, sorry. I tried to get it, but oh man. Hey, we got one high score. That's good enough for me. All right, let's see. What's another one?
Well done, Turner.
Thank you. Well done, Turner, indeed. Oh, what is it? Is it Party Dude? Or is it Dr. Dude? Dr. Dude and his excellent Ray. Let's play a little Dr. Dude to close out the evening. What do you say? Dr. Dude in the Dudometer. I haven't played this one in a while. But I love the art style in this. The voices on this table are really good too.
Hey, fix it up. Test away.
This would be a good table to have, I think. I think this would be a fun table to have. Because it's so 90s.
Test away.
Like late 80s, early 90s. This is a solid table. But it would have to be a companion table. It would have to be another, like I would have to have like my main table that I really, really love. And then this would be like the second table. I really, really, really want to make a pinball table though, man. Ugh, that sounds so much fun. Got a way cool award. Sweet. Aw, man. We still have another ball, right? Okay, good. That better not count. That counted. That sucks. Aw, man. Seriously, Ryan? Okay, we're gonna have to get a high score to mess this up, or to knock this one out. Only things from Dollar General. What do you mean by that? I mean, I know what Dollar General is. But what do you... Did I miss a message?
Hey, how you doing? Doing good.
The gift of gab. The one thing that I don't like about this table is those bumpers at the top there. They look really cheap. They don't look interesting or good. They look like really crappy, like, prototype. Dr. Dude! And you got the nurse there too, which is great. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, that's one of my goals, is to build a pinball table that you can, you know, like program like all the buttons and some really nice LED lights and stuff like that, and a back glass, so that you can put a couple LCD TVs and monitors in, or OLEDs or whatever, really doesn't matter, but displays in, so that you could play all of these on a real table, like a physical table. I think that would be super fun. I would do it if I had the time. It's literally just the time thing. I had that that desire to do it a couple years ago. Right after we moved, I was like, oh yeah, dude, I'm gonna do that. And it just got busy, and I was traveling for work a lot, and then to the point where like I just kind of forgot about it. And then when I got super back into pinball during the summer, I was like, oh, I should totally do that. And then got super busy again. Oh, the real tables? Yes. Real tables are thousands of dollars. So I would rather just make my own, like, table, but then have all the... I already have the games and tables, right? So I just plop them down and program the buttons and the flippers and all that stuff. I mean, they make Arcade 1-Up ones, which are like smaller versions that are digital. You can buy those too. Those aren't as expensive. They're a couple $100, like $500-600, I think. Not too bad for what you get, I guess. Whoa, I'm a plain dude.
You're a dude.
I'm a dude. Dude. Oh, right in the middle. That sucks. That didn't seem fair at all. It's funny. People can always tell where I'm from because I always use the word dude. I just grew up saying it, so it's always been in my vocabulary. People are like, are you from California? I'm like, yeah. Why do you say that, dude? Oh, no reason. I just had a hunch. My wife always thought it was very interesting because I use the word rad. She's like, I've never heard anyone use that word. I'm like, dude, that is like part of my like most used words. Awesome and rad.
My life was dull, my life was drab, till I acquired the gift of gab. I was the actual gift of gab.
I wish I had something to hydrate with. I'm all out of liquids. I'm a geek. So I worked at, when I was younger, I worked at Geek Squad in Best Buy. But before Best Buy like super acquired them, where they just kind of rolled them up into everything. So we were a separate part. We weren't actually Best Buy employees. And I loved that job. That was a really fun job. I worked with two of my best friends, and we all lived together as well. So we were all roommates. That was a super fun time. But Geek Squad, man, I would always say being a geek is kind of better than being a nerd, because nerds are wimpy, but geeks are just smart. Like, that's the difference between a geek and a nerd. So, like, being called a geek at the time still wasn't cool. Now it's like everyone's a nerd, right? And it was always like, it's always like, oh, it's cool to like, you know, nerdy stuff now. I'm like, no, it wasn't back then. Not when I was called a nerd and a geek. But I'm not bitter. All right, one more. Let's do one more for the night. All right, Dr. Dude. Oh, dude. We got second place. Sweet. That was a good run. All right, Dr. Dude, let's do this. Magnetic personality. What accent do you have? Or what accent do you think you have, or they say you have? Is it from Arkansas? Arkansasian? Southern drawl? All right. I wish I had a Southern drawl. That would be pretty interesting. And it sucks too, because when we first moved here, I really did notice it. Like, everyone had that accent, and I was like, dude, I love this. Everyone seems very, very kind and down to earth. And then more people moved here from out of state, and I don't hear anyone that has that accent anymore. They all moved away. And then, I mean, there's still some people, especially at our church and stuff, that have that. But that's pretty much it. And they're all very old. They're, you know, in their 60s, 70s, 80s. Anyone my age or younger, no accent whatsoever. Is that the first ball? All right. Decent take for a first ball. Where do I go? Calvary Chapel of Columbia, which is our our main church. It's right down the street from us, which is awesome. It's a Calvary Chapel. I love it. It's an awesome church. I want to get more involved, and that's kind of the one thing. Like, when I was younger, I was on the leadership team of our youth group, and I grew up in the church and all that. But now, after being out of college, like once I ended college and I moved away, I haven't gotten really, not connected. I'm connected to our church, but I haven't gotten into a serving role for a long time, and I miss that. I miss doing ministry and serving. And so I'm always wanting to, but I can never figure out what to do or where to go. And I know my pastor has talked to me a few times about it. He's just like, dude, just serve. Like, we can always use, you know, whatever. Like, you just need to be willing to serve, and God will put you in the right place. I'm like, I know. And I just need to do it. That's really all that it comes down to. I just need to do it. But I'm always like, oh, I could do, you know, video ministry or audio or whatever, and help out with the slides, you know, whatever it is. But as I got older, I'm in that like, oh, it's definitely harder to kind of put yourself out there. And I'm not that type of person where I have a problem with that. Like, obviously you see me stream, like, I don't care. You know, I'm not that type of like anxiety type of person. Like, I love being in front of the camera. I love being in front of people. I'm not meaning to laugh. Like, if that's true, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think, like, I would never care about anything like that. That's such a non-issue. And that's not your fault either. Unless you're talking about something different. Exactly. You should try a Calvary Chapel. They'll love you. That's all it is. It's just love. Man, come on. I love the voices in this. I love the little rhyme for the gift of gab thing. I think they need more. Like, it's just that one long phrase, and it also gets interrupted, which is kind of a bummer too. So like, I hit that guy and it interrupted that whole, 15-second long poem, or whatever you want to call it, limerick. Oh, dude, that's not good. That's not a loving church. If that's your church, man, I'm sorry to hear that. You should try somewhere else. Honestly, because that's not Christ-like love, man. No one's perfect. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So my saying, what I would say to you is, honestly, like, try looking for somewhere else. Calvary Chapel is a great place to start. Biker, okay, good, awesome. So you moved on, awesome. A biker church, that sounds rad. Do you ride? Or is it just like pastored by a biker? Or where most of the people that go are bikers? Oh, I miss riding so much. I miss my bike. I've had a couple. My first one was a Kawasaki Ninja. Freedom Biker Tree. Oh, cool, dude. Yeah, I'll look it up after the stream. I learned on a Kawasaki Ninja, and then I got a Honda Shadow. I loved my Shadow, dude. That was such a fun bike. Nice, okay. I rode my bike cross country when I moved. I lived in Colorado, and so not cross country, but halfway. And I did California to Colorado by myself twice. And oh my gosh, that was so much fun. It was very stupid to do that on my own because like literally no one knew where I was or what I was doing. But it was so much fun, man. That was one of the funnest things I've ever done in my life. Whoa, dude. 15 million. High score 2, so that's 3. 15, didn't we get 8? We got 18, right? No, we got 10. Dude, we got really close. Sweet. Yeah, my wife actually, she doesn't mind. She doesn't care. I mean, we sold my bike because it wasn't working. I didn't ride it for a while and it wasn't working, and we lived in the mountains. So it was just not feasible when the mountains were very dangerous half of the year because of the snow. And so I just didn't end up riding it for a while. And then it was like, we're moving, so we might as well just sell it. It's not worth all that much. So let's get a couple thousand from it. And, you know, I'll get one later on. And I just haven't gotten another one yet. But, man, this has been a fun stream going for 4 hours. I do have to get up early in the morning for work. And then all of this weekend, we have our dog show. So unfortunately, I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow or this weekend. I'll come back hopefully on Monday night and, you know, kind of have a good stream on Monday. But I have to take the cameras to the show and disassemble them and all that. So I'm not going to be able to stream. But you can always hang out and join on the Discord. I'll be more than happy to talk. I mean, I'll have downtime at the show. So if you ever have any questions, you know, just join the Discord and hang out. Anyone who's watching, thank you so much for watching. I hope you had a good time. My name is Ryan. You can always catch my stuff at gameordie.net or the YouTube, or like I said, the Discord. But Sharky man, I hope you have a good rest of your night. Take care, buddy. And yeah, I'll see you. I'll see you a little bit later, and I'll check out the stuff that you sent on Discord as well. But thank you so much. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. It's Friday tomorrow, so that should be great. I know I'll have a fun weekend, but it's just going to be exhausting. So take care, everyone. Have an awesome weekend. God bless, and I'll see you guys soon. I normally stream every day, daily at 11 p.m., but just this weekend got dog show plans. So, all right. Talk to you guys later. Bye.